Our H350s, which are 350 cubic inch boats, our biggest hydroplanes here this weekend. We got 4 really good ones. Looking forward to watching those guys go out and put on a good show for you here today. Then we're going to have 2 qualifiers of 2.5 liter stocks. We have 12 2.5 liter stocks signed on to go here today. We'll run 6 in each qualifier. The top 6 will make it into the final. We'll run an A final and a B final. So everybody will get to run twice today. The points will be accrued if you make it into that A final. Same thing with the Jersey Speed skiffs. We have 13 skiffs here this afternoon. So we'll have 6 in qualifier 1 and 7 in qualifier 2. And they'll do the same thing. They'll run a Jersey Speed Skiff Final B and Final A. So we'll do all the qualifications first, then we'll take a little break in the middle of the day, and then we'll come back with all the finals. So approximately 16 heats of racing for you here today. As you see, our rescue crew is out on the race course. Our boats are starting to be lowered into the water. So in a matter of moments, we should be ready to go with our first qualifiers here today. So stick around. We'll come back in a little bit. We'll explain a little bit to you. If you've never been to an APBA inboard race before, we'll explain the starting procedure to you. Because the race does not start as soon as the boats leave the pit area, and we'll explain all that to you once we get out onto the water. So thanks for coming out today. Stick around. We'll come back. Our first heats of the day are moments away. Thank you. Final 1 of 2 of the Final Association presents APBA Inboard Racing. All right, on the race course we have two Jersey Speed skiffs. We have the JS35 driven by Brandon Kennedy and the JS719 of David Lamar out on the race course. As we said today, we have 13 Jersey Speed skiffs here for you this weekend. We'll run 2 qualifiers, 1 of 6, 1 of 7. Then we'll have an A qualifier and a B qualifier. And the reason we're doing that is we're going to let everybody run twice here on each day. On a normal race weekend, if you don't make the final, you don't get to run a second time. The committee has decided these guys have traveled some very far distances and allowing them, even if they don't make it directly into the A final, we'll run a B final and let those guys run twice. Good news about that is that'll be more boats out in the water for you. And we'll run 16 heats of inboard hydroplane racing today. So the Jersey Speed skiffs out on the race course, obviously with the JS as the letter designation. This is the 35 and the 719. They have a driver and a rider. The driver obviously drives the boat. He throttles the boat as well. The rider is there to help with navigation and to help the driver with the timing marks. Everything in APBA Inboard is based off of timing. So these guys will come out. The 5-minute gun will go off. They'll come out onto the race course. They'll do some timing runs, get the lay of the land, so to speak. Run around the race course for 5 minutes, and then they'll go racing at the end of that 5-minute mark. The 2 boats coming down the front stretch right now are getting ready right now to go across start-finish line. Those 2 white buoys, that's the start-finish line. So when we come around to get ready to go racing, we'll be timing them out, timing them, counting them down to that start-finish. I know the 35, the TM Special, the boat on the outside there, they have a brand new rudder on the back of the boat, so they're trying. Good opportunity for them to go out there and test here prior to race day to make sure that rudder is ready to go, and they are ready to go here for this afternoon. Our schedule today is as follows. We'll start with our smaller boats, our 1-liter modifieds and our 1.5-liter stocks. They'll combine, they'll come out together out on the race course. Then we'll go with our 2.5-liter modified, which is the Honda powered 2.5-liter stocks that we have here this weekend. Then we'll have our H350s come out on the race course. We got a really good group. Only 4 of them, but very, very competitive group of H350s here this weekend. Everybody coming down from up north. Got 1 Ontarian and 3 Quebecers here this weekend to go racing in the H350 class. Then we'll go with 2 qualifiers of 2.5-liter stocks. As I said a little bit ago, we got 12 of them here this weekend. We'll run 6 at each qualifier. And then we'll round out our first half of the car with 2 qualifiers of Jersey Speed skiffs. We've got 13 here. We'll have 6 in qualifier 1, 7 in qualifier 2. Then we'll take our quick river break, and then we'll come back with the finals for the remainder of today. So I appreciate y'all coming out. Our flag laps are done. Brandon's going to go around one more time. He'll come back in the JS35, the TM Special. And once he gets back to the beach, we should be ready to go with our first heat of the day, which will be the 1-liter mod, 1.5-liter stock combination. We're going to call it 1-liter mod qualifier. That'll be coming up first. So stick around. We'll be right back with our first heat of the day here in just a few. My image okay? Just keep right. Okay. One moment and then do 1.
right, getting the pitch. I'll be ready to go here. Just a reminder that the clock is moved to the back of the guard in the same instance schedule as the season. 50
Drivers, 1 of the 5. Thirty seconds. Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. All right, for our fans along the start line, that's our first 5-minute gun of the day. You'll see the boats come out onto the race course. This will be our 1-liter modifieds making their way out for their first heat of the weekend. Everybody will run twice today. The boats will come out off the beach, out onto the race course, and we'll introduce them to you when they come by for the first time. Once again, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The race does not begin until the end of the 5-minute warm-up period. So as the boats come out, this is not a Le Mans start. They have to go out, complete some warm-up laps, do a few timing runs, check in at start-finish line, meaning come across start-finish line at least one time to be considered a legal starter. And once they do that, the ultimate goal is to hit those white buoys across the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. It looks like Nick Wheeler in the orange craft is having some issues. He's going to bring that boat back to the pit area. It looks like they've been struggling with that 88 here in 2024. Looks like he just looped around. He's going to come right back to the pit area. Brandon Kennedy's driving the 80, that red, white, and blue craft that's sitting off the turn number 1 right now. He might be having some mechanical issues as well. First boat through turn number 1 here at the beach is the T2, the Missed Opportunity, driven by Robert Bolanowski. Robert's out of the Dover, Delaware area. The second boat coming by, I believe this is the 54 of James Thompson in the Pink Panther. Coming through turn 1. Brandon Kennedy just did get the 80 fired up. He's going to try to get that out onto the race course. That boat normally driven by John Shaw. John's out in San Diego, California, driving the GP 135. So Brandon's stepping in place of John this weekend. He'll drive the Y80 as long as they can get that boat fired up and out on the race course. It's the boat to beat if it'll run here in the 1-liter mod qualifier. 2 minutes and 50 seconds from the start, 2:50 to the start of our first qualifier of the day. We had 5 of them trying to make their way off the beach. We got 3 of them running. Hopefully Brandon can get the 80 fired up. Rob Owanowski coming through. Rob had a wonderful weekend a couple weeks ago back in Cambridge, Maryland in the end of July. He had a great run in that T2 Missed Opportunity. The 54 Pink Panther coming down here into turn number 1 right now. That's James Thompson. James bought that boat a few years back, and he's been a solid campaigner here in the Y class. Y is the letter designation of the 1 liter mod. They run highly modified motors, a Yamaha or Polaris type engine, usually a 2-stroke jet ski type motor. Here's the double OT, the Y40. Ryan Malowick doing the driving this weekend. Scott Malowick is the owner. They're from Beaver Creek, Ohio. Long way away from home for those guys that come out here to Lake Hopatcong. Good to see them here at the Lake Hopatcong Racing Association Governor's Cup. We are 1 minute and 30 seconds away from the start. Looks like Kennedy's just going to get off the race course in that Y80, the Outlaw. He'll be a non-starter here in our first qualifier of the day. So it looks like we're down to 3 boats. You can see everybody going slow down here into turn number 1. They got to be behind that blue buoy. That blue buoy is the midway point of the backstretch. Got to be behind that prior to 45 seconds. We won't see that be a matter here in this class, but when we get the 2.5 liter stock and the Jersey Speed Skiff qualifiers, you'll see everybody gathered up around that blue buoy prior to 45 seconds. We're about 10 seconds away from that mark. So you can see them all slowing down right now as they get up close to that blue buoy. All right, white flag being displayed, signifying we are inside 45 seconds. Everybody's going to be legal. Looks like Bolanowski's got 1. Malowick's going to go on the outside. And Thompson, he went off plane there in the 54. He's going to have to fire that thing back up and get up with the rest of the field as they head down towards turn number 2. Only 2 turns in here in APBA inboard. Turn 1 is the one closest to us here at the beach. Turn 2 is the one far down towards the point here on the lake. They hit the entrance and the exit of each turn. So when they come down here right at us, you'll hear me say the entrance of turn number 1 as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start, or like we say, super clean start. Everybody was really late. And Bolanowski will lead him across start-finish line as he comes down here into turn number 1. Now, with everybody pretty evenly spread out, it'll be easy for me to announce this for you to let you know how it works. So Bolanowski is coming through turn 1 right now into T2, the missed opportunity. He'll go through the apex right now of turn number 1, and then he'll reach the exit pin of turn 1 right about now. That's the exit of 1, and then he'll shoot down the backstretch with a nice comfortable advantage in that T2 missed opportunity. He'll get down into turn number 2. And right now, Rob's about to hit the entrance of 2 right there, and he'll turn left. You can see when he hits that entrance and turns left, that wall of white water flows up off that skid fin. That skid fin is a metal piece fixated to the left side of the hydroplane or the sponson, and that is what gets the boats through the turn. When the driver turns the steering wheel to the left, that skid fin hooks up and throws a wall of water out, and that's how that boat gets around the race course. Bolanowski will lead lap number 1. He'll come once again through the apex, and it looks like we've got Malowick down in turn number 2 as well, unable to make the start. So some mechanical attrition here in our first qualifier of the day. But Bolanowski and Thompson are running pretty well here in our first qualifier. And Rob Bolanowski is 1.5 laps in to this 1 liter mod qualifier. And that T2 missed opportunity, they've done a lot of work with that boat trying to get it up and running really well. That T has got a 97 cubic inch motor in it, and it's mostly powered by a Toyota Pinto engine as they come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap 2. So Rob will put 2 down here in our first qualifier of the day. We'll see if they let them go all 4 laps. So sometimes they will break it down and only go 3 laps when we are down to 2 boats, but we might let these guys get all 4 laps in. So Bolanowski through the apex of turn number 1 here, and that T2 missed opportunity. Once again, these are our smallest racecrafts here this weekend. Normally, the T class and the Y class, the T class especially, is for our beginners. We have lost some T boats here on the East Coast in recent years as it has been a resurgence out on the West. Out West, they have 9 wet T boats here in 2024. It's good to see the T class come alive out West. Unfortunately, here on the East, we have lost a number of boats because they were sold to boat teams out West. But Bolanowski got that T2 missed opportunity running really well as he's through the apex of turn number 2. here on lap number 3. And they'll display the white flag this time by. So they'll have Rob go around one more time. So it'll be 3 down, 1 to go here in the 1-liter mod 1.5-liter stock combination qualifier. And Rob Boldowski's got one more lap around here in this approximate 1.25-mile race course here at Lake Hopatcong. So Rob in the T2, the missed opportunity, running really well through the apex of turn 1. He was the only one at the start when it was time to go. And he's proven you got to be at the start. And you can win a lot of races if you're right on it. He'll go through the apex of 1. Nice, comfortable, we'll call it half a straightaway advantage over top of James Thompson, who's running back in second position in the 54 of the Pink Panther. So half a lap away for Rob Bolanowski. As I said, Rob comes to us from the Dover, Delaware area through the apex of turn number 2 on lap number 404. Rob running really well in that T2 missed opportunity. He'll come to the apex of 2. He'll be looking for the checker flag this time by. Checker flag I'll be waving as it's on the barge there as he comes across start-finish line to complete lap number 4. And Rob Lewandowski in the T2 missed opportunity to be your first winner of the weekend in the 1-liter mod qualifier. Looks like James Thompson will come around. He'll get second in the 54 of the Pink Panther. So unfortunately, we had 5 boats come off the beach. Only 2 of them finished here in our first qualifier of the day. Hopefully these guys can get them on the trailer, get them fixed up and ready to go for the final later on today. But 1 down, 15 heats to go for you here this weekend. Up next, we'll have our 2.5-liter mods, which is essentially our Honda-powered 2.5-liter stocks. They'll come out on the water next.
There's a boat coming up out of the water, Jordan. Right by me, above me.
Coming up here this morning here, but an early start. Right out here. Appreciate you all coming out. Our first meeting today is coming up next. 2.5 stocks. 2.5 stocks in APDN after a 4,200. In HRL, which is the Hopatcong Racing League, primarily racing out of Canada, they do have two state championships. They allow you to run the Honda Power engine, which is a spec engine that has just been instituted over the last few years. Pretty much the same exact horsepower as the 4,200. But it's much more reliable engine. So it's kind of the future of the sport for the 2.5 stock. So with the next three boats in the mountain race course, you're going to see the Honda Power engine. They do make a little bit 50%. Inside 1 of the 5. Inside 1 of the 5, there are 2.5 in the mountain power engine.
Fifteen seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5-minute gun has sounded. Our 2.5 liter mods will make their way out. I think we should have 4 of them make the call here. All these guys champions is here this weekend, and we'll talk about him as he comes out on the race course now. We'll talk about him once he comes around for the first time. These boats here approximately speeds over 100 miles an hour, right around 110. The record in one of the boats these sizes on the straightaway is about 116, so we'll probably see speeds anywhere from about 100 to 105 miles an hour as they come down the straightaways. We'll do 4 laps around here in the 2.5 liter mod qualifier. As the boats come across the start-finish line, down here into turn number 1, we'll introduce them to you. We are 3:58 from the start. The first boat on the inside, that is Grant Hearn. He drives the F14, the Hearn Motorsports Legacy 1. He's out of Syracuse, Indiana. He's followed by Matthew Brown in the 74. Matthew comes to us from Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada. Jacob Hainu, he is the HRL champion in the 2.5 liter stock class. He's out of Beauharnois, Quebec in the Novo Racing in the S2. And the final boat, the D-Rock Racing, the 104, driven this weekend by Lucas Docheray. The D-Rock Racing usually driven by Ben Topin in the HRL series, and I believe Lucas Docheray is getting a ride here this weekend in that 104. He's also out of Valleyfield, Quebec. So those are the 4 boats out on the race course here today for our 2.5 liter modified qualification heat. These guys decided they're going to use this opportunity to get ready for 2025 and the Hydroplane Racing League Series coming up next season. So Grant Hearn, he's got that chartreuse yellow, white, and blue boat. Grant has been all over the place. He was out in Decatur, Illinois earlier this season. Obviously, he ran most of the Hydroplane Racing League Series here in 2024. Good to see him back out on the race course here in Lake Hopatcong. Here's Jacob Hainu. Hainu blew that boat over in Valleyfield at the Super Bowl of Inboard Hydroplane Racing, Valleyfield, Quebec. It's good to see him out. He locked up the championship in Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada a couple weeks ago. As we are 2 minutes and 7 seconds from the start, 2:07 away. First qualifier for the 2.5 liter mods. You need something, bud? You okay? Okay. Good. Get your waters right away. All right, once again, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The race is not beginning to the end of that 5-minute warm-up. We are 1 minute and 40 seconds away from that, 1:40 away. No assigned lanes here in APBA inboards. These guys are what we call fighting for lanes. It looks like Grant Hearn's already got that inside lane. He wants to park that 14 right in that inside. Obviously, the inside is the shortest way around the race course. That's the best place to be. Hearn's going to cut the race course right now. You can see as he cuts from the back stretch to the front stretch, Haynu's going to follow as well. That's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from back to front in between the start-finish line and the entrance pin of turn number 1, as those guys are doing right now. The 104 is going to follow as well. And the reason they do that is to scrub off a little bit of time, because it's all about timing. Got to be at that start-finish line when the clock hits 0. We're 55 seconds away from that. So they scrub off a little bit of time to try to get that inside lane, that shorter way around. All right, there's the 45-second mark, so everybody is legal on the score up. 45-second score up, all good. So Grant Hearn, it looks like he's going to have lane number 1. Looks like Haynu's going to move up on the outside of him and be in lane number 2. Matthew Brown will be in 3. And Lucas Dosharam will be in lane number 4 in the 104 D-Rock Racing. With 23 seconds for the start, they're going to have to get on it. Get down there into turn number 2. 17 seconds away, start 2.5 liter mod qualifier. Hearn in lane 1, Haynu in lane 2, Brown in lane 3. And Dosharam on the outside as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It's a clean start. Grant Hearn will lead him across in the 14 to Legacy 1 as he comes down here into turn number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in 2.5 liter mod qualifier. And Grant Hearn, he is your leader with Jacob Haynu riding right there on his outside. 3 or 4 boat legs separating first and second. Lucas Deshran having a nice run back in third position, and Matthew Brown in 4th. So through the apex of turn 1 here on lap number 104. And Grant Hearn, he'll lead them down the backstretch in the F14. They're Hearn Motorsports Legacy 1. But Haynu is flying hard on his outside, trying to make up ground as they head down here into turn number 2. So 3 to 4 boat legs separate first and second here on lap number 104. And Grant Hearn, he is your leader off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap 1. So we'll put 1 in the books. 3 more to go here in the 2.5 liter mod qualifier. And Grant Hearn leads over top of Jacob Haynu running back in second. Lucas Deshran on the outside and Matthew Brown in 4th. Nice battle shaping up here for the lead as Haynu's made up a little bit of ground that time. Oh, Haynu got washed down that time. Went right into the rooster tail of Hearn. And that is going to he's going to have to really get out of the throttle there, and he's going to slow up a lot. So Hearn will use that to his advantage and push it out to about 8 boat lengths. So 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in this 4-lap qualifier. And Grant Hearn, he's your leader. A full rooster tail advantage over top of Jacob Haynu running back in second. The 104, D-Rock Racing in third, and Matthew Brown in 4th. Through turn number 2 here on lap number 2, Grant Hearn, he's still your leader, but Haynu is right there on his outside. The young driver out of Bahornwa making up a lot of ground, running back in second position. So 2 down, 2 to go here at 2.5 liter mod qualifier. And Grant Hearn leads, but Haynu is right there. So Haynu's going to have to hold that white water line, try to make up a little bit of ground. But it's really getting squirrely. That old Jones Hall that Haynu's got. That Nova Racing running back in second position. So they'll come off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. And Haynu's going to be side by side as they go down the backstretch here on lap number 3. So 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in this 4-lap qualifier. And Grant Hearn, he's still got the lead, but Haynu is right there on the outside. They'll be side by side as they head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 3. Hearn on the inside and Haynu on the outside, putting on a nice battle here in the 2.5 liter mod qualifier. And Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana, comes off the exit with about a 2 boat length advantage. They'll come around and complete lap number 3. White flag being displayed, so 3 down and 1 to go here in the 2.5 liter mod qualifier. And Haynu is making up a lot of ground on the outside. And Haynu will push down here into turn number 1. Got to tighten it up just a little bit, Jacob. Leaving a little bit of space in between Grant Hearn and Jacob Haynu, but Haynu is still right there. They're side by side through the apex of 1 here on lap number 4. Hearn on the inside and Haynu on the outside. They'll come off the exit pin at turn number 1 on lap number 404. And it's Hearn and Haynu putting on a deck-to-deck battle here in the first qualifier for the 2.5 liter mods. And Haynu is going to use the outside. He's going to go around Hearn as they head down here into turn number 2. A great drive for the young driver out of Bahornwa, Quebec. They'll go down here into turn number 2, and Haynu's got about a boat length and a half advantage. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to be the checker flag. This time by Haynu on the outside and Hearn on the inside. And what a drive by Jacob Haynu. He went around Hearn. He'll take the victory here in the 2.5 liter mod qualifier. Grant Hearn will settle for second. Third place will go to the 104, the D-Rock Racing. And Matthew Brown unfortunately lost power there on lap number 4. He's broken down on the backstretch off the exit at turn number 1. But a nice battle between Hearn and Hainu, with the young driver from Beauharnois coming out on top there after 4 laps. Up next, we'll step it up a bit. We'll go big boat racing, H350s, 350 cubic inch motors, 125 miles an hour. They'll be coming out next.
What's going on, buddy? Hidden from me right now. Okay. Boat's going in the water over there on that end. Who's right? Oh, he's already over that way.
Down at H350s, making their way out onto the race course. 350 cubic inch motors, speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour. Very highly competitive class, especially in the Hydroplane Racing League. On any given weekend, we'll have anywhere from 18 to 24 H350s at a HRL event. Good to see some of these guys come down from Canada. All 4 of these boats originate from up north. 3 guys from Quebec and 1 guy from Ontario. Great to see them out here supporting the Lake Hopatcong Racing Association. Running for the Governor's Cup here today. All 4 boats have made it off the beach. Once they come around for the first time, we'll introduce them to you. These boats approximately 16 feet in length, 9.5 feet wide. And as we said, you run a 350 cubic inch motor. Back in the old days, this used to be the 283. Then they moved up to the 305. And now we moved all the way up to the 350. And that's all because of part availability, basically. And they have really, over the last 10 years, made these racing crafts the most competitive craft in inboard hydroplane racing. The red boat on the outside, this longtime racer Patrick Hayworth out of Valleyfield, Quebec, Canada, drives the 924 the game on. On his inside, that's Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario in the 54, the Legacy 1. The 306 Dog Nasty, driven by Tommy Shannon, also out of Valleyfield, Quebec. And Eric McKenna in the 999, the Black Beast, out of Valleyfield, Quebec, is the final boat on the race course. So all 4 have made the call. We're 3:10 from the start. 3:10 away from H350's first qualifier of the day. Very highly competitive class, as I said. All 4 of these boats very evenly matched. We have the number 2, the second place finisher on the HRL series, the 999 Black Beast of Eric McKenna. Eric had a very good campaign here in 2024. He fell just short of winning the championship to Frederick Coutier. Fred in the H14, not here this weekend. I know Fred's here, but the boat's not. I know Fred would love to be out here racing with these guys. But Fred is your 2024 HRL champion. The Dog Nasty 306, I know those guys, that teal-colored boat coming through Turn 1 right now. They've been working on that craft all 2024. They have had an up-and-down season. But that is still a very highly competitive. That 924, the red boat, driven by Patrick Hayworth. Brand new boat here in 2024. He started the season out strong with Bert Henderson, the driver. Bert had an accident in Terrell Tracy that kept him out of competition for the remainder of the season, and Patrick took over the helm in that 924 the game on. We are 1 minute and 50 seconds from the start, 1 minute 50 seconds away. H350 qualifier. As we said, these boats not assigned lanes. Unless they decided to do a gentleman's agreement, I don't know. That could have happened where they drew out of the hat or whatnot. But we'll call it as we see it on the race course. It looks like Paul Barber may have that inside lane with 124 from the start. Minute 24 away. Once again, we'll go 4 laps around. Approximate 1.25 mile race course. Tommy Shannon's going to cut the race course into 306, the Dog Nasty. Patrick Hayworth's going to do the same, as Patrick will cut from the back stretch to the front stretch in the 924 the game on. .53 seconds from the start, 53 seconds away. It'll be a legal score up. 45-second mark has expired. These guys in the HRL used to running a assigned lane format. They're not used to having to fight for lanes, so it looks like right now Paul Barber will scoot up on the inside of Eric McKenna, who will be in 2. Looks like Tommy Shannon will be in 3 and Patrick Hayworth will be in 4. 27 seconds from the start, H350 qualifier. Veteran drivers, all of them here. All 4 that are signed on for their first qualifier of the weekend. 15 seconds away. This should be a pretty good start. Patrick Hayworth, watch that red boat. He's going to come flying. He's gotten into it now as they come down to this front stretch as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. mark. We'll call it a clean start from here. Paul Barber will lead him down here into turn number 1. McKenna stuck in the middle. Shannon in 3 and Hayworth in 4. Through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 104. Paul Barber gets a nice turn. He'll hug the buoy row. He'll lead him off the exit of 1 in that H52, the Legacy 1. They'll head down the backstretch. And Barber, your leader, with McKenna in 2nd, Shannon in 3rd, and Hayworth in 4th. Half a lap into this 4-lap qualifier. And Paul Barber, he has worked the gremlins out of that H52, running really well through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 1. The H52 of Paul Barber out of Ottawa, Ontario. He's your leader as he comes off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go. Paul Barber leads with Eric McKenna running in 2nd position. Battle shaping up between Hayworth, who's moved to the buoy row, and Tommy Shannon out in lane number 3. So 1 down, 3 to go here in the qualifier for the H350s. And Paul Barber, he's your leader over top of Eric McKenna in the Black Beast. The battle is for 3rd right now between Hayworth on the inside and Tommy Shannon on the outside. So 1.5 in and 2.5 to go here in the 350 qualifier. And it's all Paul Barber as he heads down into turn number 2. We'll call it a 2 Rooster Tail advantage over top of Eric McKenna running back in 2nd. Patrick Hayworth has made up a little bit of ground. As you saw, Patrick went from lane number 4 to the buoy row to try to make up ground as they come around to complete lap number 2. 2 down, 2 to go here in the H350 qualifier. And Paul Barber, he is your leader. Looks like Paul's that wing on the front of the boat is flapping really hard as he comes in down this front stretch. Eric McKenna runs in 2nd, Patrick Hayworth in 3rd, and Thomas Shannon in 4th. So unchanged after lap number 2 as we're 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the 350 qualifier. And Paul Barber, he's opened it up. We'll call it almost 3 full Rooster Tails now over top of Eric McKenna. Look at Hayworth make up a lot of ground as they go down the backstretch into turn number 2. Hayworth trying to make up that 2nd place position. He trails by about 4 or 5 boat lengths as they come around to complete lap number 3. So 3 down, 1 to go here in the 350 qualifier. And Paul Barber, he is your leader. We'll call it 3 full Rooster Tails over top of Eric McKenna in 2nd, Patrick Hayworth in 3rd, and Tommy Shannon in 4th. Through the apex of turn 1 here on the 4th and final lap. And Paul Barber running really well here in the first qualifier of the day for the H350s. Got a nice comfortable advantage over top of Eric McKenna, who's running out about lane number 3. Hayworth went to the buoy row. Still trying to make up ground as Patrick as they head down the backstretch here on the 4th and final lap. But through the apex of turn number 2, Paul Barber, he'll come off the exit. He'll be looking for the checkered flag this time by 4 up, 4 down, and Paul Barber, he'll take the victory here in the first qualifier for the H350s. Eric McKenna will come around and get 2nd position. 3rd position will go to Patrick Hayworth, and 4th will go to Tommy Shannon. And our first qualifier of the day for the H350s. 4 laps up, 4 laps down pretty quickly. A nice run for Paul Barber there in the H52, the Legacy 1. Your unofficial winner of the first qualifier of the day for the H350s is Paul Barber. Up next, we'll go flat bottom racing, Sportsman Advance, Sportsman Entry Combo. Our first flat bottom heat of the day will be coming up next. 30 seconds. $15. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. Sportsman Advanced Sportsman Entry Qualifier. They'll make their way out onto the race course here in just a few. Oh, there's Theo right there. See him? If you want to go in there, you can go in there if you want. Oh, okay. Well, go play. If you want to go play, go play. If not, sit in the chair and chill. All right, our flat bottom boats making their way out onto the race course for their first qualifier of the afternoon. Sportsman Advance, they have a 105 mile an hour speed restriction. A few years back, it's been about 10 years now, when we went away from Pro Stock and Super Stock, we went to Sportsman Advance and Sportsman Entry. 5 of them have showed up here this weekend, I think. We got 5. Oh, another one coming out. We got 6 of them here this weekend. 6 flat bottoms ready to go here today. 4 minutes and 3 seconds for the start. When these boats come out on the race course, they will normally just come out and do a slow warm-up lap. Get all the temps turned up and everything like that, and then they'll go hard for a little while. 3 minutes, 45 seconds to the start. 3:45 away. Our first flat bottom qualifier of the weekend. Cole, you don't want to go down in there with them? All right, you can sit in your chair and chill out. If you want your tablet or something, just chill out for a little bit. Okay, it's right here. Okay. You're fine. All right. My apologies about that. 3 minutes to the start. 3 minutes to the start. We should have 6 of them make the call. The 122 of Dominic Courier. The 97 of John Britton. The 390 of Joe Reagan. The 163 of Hugh Monahan. The 9 of Ryan Timmerman. And the 44 of Jody Kloss. Those should be the 6 boats that are out there on the race course. And when they come around one more time, I will check that out and make sure that's who's out there. We're 2:27 from the start. Our first flat bottom class of the day. These guys control the boat with a throttle, obviously, and then they have a second foot pedal that controls a cavitation plate on the back of the boat. And that helps the boat get through the turns. They'll push that pedal down to help the boat get through the turns and then let off of that pedal and they go down the straightaway. So our first boat, that's John Britton in the 97, the Lightspeed. Local race for John. The boat on the outside, that's the 390 of Joe Reagan. And you have the 122 on the inside of Dominic Courier. You have the 103 of Joe Pludeau. The 163 of Hugh Monahan is the yellow boat on the outside, I believe. And then you have the 9 of Ryan Timmerman as well. Hard to see these boats as they're real close to the water. The numbers, especially on the dark colored boats. Everybody cutting the race course come around here to get on their timing marks. Britton comes by, Dominic Courier comes by, Joe Roger comes by. The 44, that is Jody Kloss, that green boat, the 44. And we got the 103 of Joel Purdue and the 9 of Ryan Timmerman. So those are the 6 boats that have made the call. We're 50 seconds from the start. Looks like it'll be a legal score up. There's 45 right there, white flag being displayed. So everybody's legal here in our first flat bottom qualifier of the weekend. Down into turn 2, 30 seconds from the start. Looks like Britton is in 1. Dominic Corrier is on his outside. The 390 of Joe Reagan is in lane 3. Then you have Jody Kloss in the 44. We're 15 seconds from the start. 10. They're a little early. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, they're all early. 1. Mark. Wow, they almost had to come to a complete stop, and now they get on the throttle. We'll call it like we see it on the race course. We may have some gun jumpers. Hard to tell from here, but we'll have to wait and see. But the 390, the Patriot, will lead them through the apex of turn number 1. John Britton on the inside. Dominic Cormier in the 122. Jody Kloss, Joel Perdue, and then Ryan Timmerman rounds out the field as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 104. John Britton on the inside. Joe Reagan on the outside as they go down into turn 2 for the first time. And John Britton, the 97, the light speed, he might be the only legal boat. He was definitely back at the start. Didn't see that he would have been one to jump the gun as he come around to complete lap number 1. So we'll put 1 in the books, 1 down, 3 to go here in the Sportsman Advanced Qualifier. And John Britton, he is your leader in the 97, the light speed. Joe Rogan in the 390, the Patriot, runs back in second position as they head down here into turn number 1 on lap number 2. Third position, the boat up on the outside. I believe that might be, it is the 103 of Joel Perdue. On his inside, the 122 of Dominic Corrier, the 44 of Jody Kloss, and the 9 of Ryan Timmerman rounds out the field. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the Sportsman Advanced Qualifier. And it's John Britton, the local racer from right here in the Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey area. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down, 2 to go here in the Sportsman Advanced Qualifier. And John Britton in the light speed. Open it up, we'll call it 15 boat lengths. Over top of second position, Joe Rogan in the 390. Everybody getting pretty evenly spread out here in this 6-boat qualifier. And John Britton got it going all his way in the light speed, the 97. The 390 of Joseph Rogan running back in third position. Joel Perdue in the 103. The Illusion runs in third. The 122 of Dominic Cormier. The 44 of Jody Kloss. And then Ryan Timmerman in the Rewind and Revival. The SE9 comes across start-finish line in sixth position. But your leader off the exit of turn number 2, he'll come across start-finish line right now. He'll be looking for the white flag this time by. So 3 down and 1 to go for John Britton in the 97, the light speed. He leads them. We'll call it half a straightaway advantage here in the first qualifier for the Sportsman Advanced. John Britton in the 97, the light speed. Nice comfortable advantage over top of Joseph Rogan running back in second. In the 390, the Patriot. Followed up with Joel Perdue in the 103. Dominic Cormier is hugging the buoy right, running back and forth. It looks like Jody Kloss is going to move up on his outside and try to take over fourth position. As those two running side by side. Oh, Jody just had some fire coming to the headers of that 44 as they come to the apex of turn number 1. But off the exit of turn number 2, lap number 4 of 4, it'll be checker flag this time by. And the 97, the light speed, and John Britton, he'll be your winner of the first qualifier today for the Sportsman Advance. Second position, we'll go to Joe Rogan in the 390. Third position, we'll go to Joel Perdue in the 103. Looks like Dominic Corrier and Jody Kloss will battle it out for fourth and fifth as they come off the exit of 2. Kloss on the outside and Corrier on the inside. Those two will come drag race back to start-finish line to pick up fourth and fifth place points respectively. So nice run for John Britton, the 97, the light speed, your unofficial winner of the first flat bottom qualifier. We'll see if there's any calls for gun jumpers there as everybody had to get off the throttle coming down the start-finish line. We'll have to wait and see. Coming up next, we'll go 2 straight qualifiers, very competitive 2.5 stock class coming up next. What's wrong with that? Do you want your head set? It's not loud enough. You don't want to go in there?
Let any boat traffic that has to move right now while we're taking a short break.
Yeah, you want to sit here next to me?
Hopefully no more than 10. Copy. You said 10 minutes?
The water's going to get hot. So
Good rate, Director. No, this is not the halfway break yet. I'm just switching turn judges.
you can have your...
Somebody to turn to pick up Kevin. And we need Scott Bell to go out.
You're not going to stay on this all day.
Todd, you out there?
How'd you get so dirty? Shoot.
Grabbing this boat in turn 1.
Why don't you go down there with Reagan?
10-4.
Theo.
Towboat up turn 2. You want to bring that turn judge
All the kids
off
play
that
there. Look,
boat
Theo's over there right
into
now.
the dock?
On the playground. Go. Go. He's right there. See him? See him? He just came down the slide. See him? He just came down the slide, Cole.
Turn judge.
Well, he's in the playground. Go play. You got 6 minutes.
You want to run over there and grab that guy and bring him in?
Starting line, quarter 1. Nothing to report.
All right, as you can see, we have opened up the backstretch there to allow some boat traffic to go by. Once they get through the boat traffic, we had to let it kind of go every once in a while. We'll be ready to go with our first qualifier for our 2.5 liter stocks. Once again, we got 6 2.5 liter stocks here this weekend. We'll have 6 in the first and 6 in the second. Or, I'm sorry, we have 12 here. We have 6 in the first qualifier and 6 in the second qualifier. Very highly competitive class of 2.5 liter stocks here this weekend. So once they get in the water, ready to go, we should have them out on the water for you in just a few. Once again, thank you for coming out today. We're running for the New Jersey Governor's Cup here today. We appreciate you coming out to beautiful Lake Hopatcong. Always excited to come here in September. Great race course as we get towards the end of 2024. We have the race here this weekend, and next weekend we'll be down in Hampton, Virginia for the Summer Nationals. Hampton, Virginia, a great race site. We'll be down there next weekend. That'll be followed up by the race in Cedar Creek, Ohio, and then we'll round out the 2024 season in Lakeland, Florida. Middle of October will be our final race. So we're getting down to it here in 2024. Always good to come here in September. Beautiful race course, great committee. Really enjoyed coming here. We've had 4 heats down. We got 12 heats for you to go today. We'll have 2 qualifications back-to-back of 2.5 liter stocks. That'll be followed up by Jersey Speed Skiffs, their first and second qualifier coming up here in just a few. After those 4 heats are completed, we will have a short river break, and then we'll come back with all the finals for the day. And the cool thing that they decided to do here this weekend is they're going to run an A final and a B final, kind of like you do on dirt courses where if you don't make it directly into the final, you can still run a second time and run the B final. So we're going to do that here today as well. So that'll be cool for a little bit later on this afternoon. And those finals will be running for that New Jersey Governor's Cup. So stick around. We'll let the boat traffic through the lake. And once that clears, we get the okay that we're good to go, and we get all our 2.5 stocks in the water, we should be ready to go with their qualifiers here this afternoon. So coming up next, our 2.5 liter stock qualifiers.
Drivers up here. Just want to confirm. Was there a penalty called in that last heat? Thank you. And if he needs a radio, ask him to please get another one while he's at the dock. I just spoke to him. He is really talking to him. Grab the turn judge and make that speed. Thank you. Available if you need me.
16, confirmed. 15.
Towboat 1 is available if you need him. Okay. Go back out to the race course where you are. Copy that.
Just go down there.
Yep. fly bottoms and said we need to get Scott Mellowith ready and the boat to bring in Kevin, but not much more I can do from out here.
See that SDI on the ground right there?
That's the green cable?
No, SDI.
SDI. Okay, this one?
Yeah. Now follow that.
Okay.
You don't unplug it so much. Just follow it. Don't pull.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't give that to him.
Copy.
He's coming in.
All right, Dave, you say somebody from Y-40 is supposed to go out on the first turn, Judge? Scott
15 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. All right, if you're just coming out and joining us today, this is the 5-minute gun. This is folks coming out on the race course. The race is not officially begin to the end of that 5-minute warm-up period. So as the boats come out on the race course, they'll come out and do a couple warm-up laps, a couple timing runs, get themselves situated on the race course. This is the 2.5 liter stock class. They run a 2,300 cubic centimeter motor, speeds upwards of 100 to 105 miles an hour. Very highly competitive 12-boat field here this weekend. Really excited to see these guys and gals go out and do battle onto the race course. Should have 6 of them make the call for our first qualifier. I think we're going to have a 6-boat final later on today as well. As we said, we're going to run 2 finals. We're going to run a B final and an A final. The B final will be out there just so the guys that came a long way can get a second time on the water. The A final will be for the New Jersey Governor's Cup. First boat coming down on turn number 1, the Orange Craft, the F92. Driven this weekend by Chris Fanaris. The normal driver of the boat is John Shaw, and John's out in San Diego, California, driving the GP 135 this weekend. So his brother-in-law, Chris, is going to step up and drive for him here this weekend. Multiple national championship haul is that F92. Good to see Al Thompson's boat back out with a different driver this weekend. Next boat making their way out of the pit area, that's the 26, the Dreamweaver. That's Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts. Kevin, a full-time HRL driver as well. He's come to run here in Lake Hopatcong. Here comes Jacob Hayden down the front stretch down here into turn 2. Jacob's from Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada. That city's about 20 minutes northwest of Valleyfield, Quebec. Jacob is your 2024 2.5 liter stock HRL champion. The 104, the D-Rock Racing out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Ben Tapan is the normal driver of the boat. Boat driven this weekend. And I might be wrong with this, but I believe Lucas Doschers is doing the driving in the 104. 2:28 from the start. 2:28 away from the start of the race. Once again, as we said, the boats come out on the race course. They do a few timing runs, couple warm-up laps. The ultimate goal is to be at that start-finish line when the clock hits 0, because that's when the race officially begins. Unfortunately, it looks like Carolyn Oliver in the purple and white boat, the 27, is having some mechanical issues as she is really slow coming down the front stretch. 2 minutes to the start, 2 minutes away. 2.5 liter stock, first qualifier of the weekend. As we said, the top 6 will make it into the final, the A final. I believe we'll take the top 3 out of each qualifier to make it into the final later on this afternoon. So Chris Fanaris driving Al Thompson's F92 Tenacity. Al comes to us from Seaford, Delaware. And now Chris Fanaris is a Delaware native himself. Moved across country. He was originally from the Seattle, Washington area. He's come across country, set up with his family in Delaware, and racing here full-time on the East Coast. Chris hasn't been behind the wheel of a boat in at least a year, so it's good to see him. He's got his own craft, the 137 that he campaigns normally. Talked to him a little bit this morning, and he said he's getting that motor ready for 2025 at 137. All right, it looks like we're going to have a 4-boat qualifier. Unfortunately, doesn't look like we're going to have the 27 of Carolyn Oliver, unfortunately not able to go. So we're going to be down to 4 boats here in the first 2.5 liter stock qualifier. So Fanaris looks like he's in 1 with Jacob Hainu to his outside in 2, Kevin Smith in 3. And on the outside, the D-Rock Racing, the 104. 30 seconds to the start. 2.5 liter stock first qualifier. Top 3 will make it directly to the final and run for that New Jersey Governor's Cup later on this afternoon. 18 seconds away from the first qualifier for 2.5 liter stocks, as we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, this is a clean start for here. Out on the middle, it looks like Kevin Smith will lead them down here into turn number 1 from lane number 3. But watch Fanaris as Chris is going to hug that buoy row. Chris Fanaris in the 92, the tenacity. He'll lead them through the apex of turn number 1 with Kevin Smith right there on his outside. The D-Rock Racing, the 104 running back in third. And Jacob Haino is a little bit late to the start in the Novo Racing. The S2 runs in 4th position. So down the backstretch here on lap number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in 2.5 liter stock qualifier. And it's Chris Fanaris driving the 92 tenacity down into turn number 2. He's got about a 2 boat length advantage over top of Kevin Smith running back in second. In the Dream Mover out of Peabody, Massachusetts. So they'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock qualifier. And Chris Fanaris is your leader in the 92 tenacity. Jacob Hainu runs in second position. And Jacob looks like he's gone towards the buoy row as well. Running back in that white water. I'm sorry, that's Kevin Smith running in second. And Hainu has gone to the buoy row in third. The 104 D-Rock Racing runs back in fourth. So Fanaris, he's checked out. We'll call it 2 full rooster tails over top of second position, Kevin Smith. Kevin's running that longer way around out in about lane number 3 or 4, and Hainu is going to hug the buoy row running back in third. So we're 1.5 in and 2.5 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock qualifier. And Chris Fanaris, I believe this will be the first time behind the wheel, that F92 for Chris, but a long time 2.5 liter stock driver doing a really good job as he comes off the exit of turn number 2, lap number 2. So 2 down, 2 to go. Here in the 2.5 liter stock qualifier, Fanaris is checked out, but the battle is between Kevin Smith on the outside and Jacob Hainu running back in third position. As they go across the start finish line, only about 2 boat lengths separate second and third. So Fanaris is your leader. Kevin Smith on the outside and Jacob Hainu on the inside. Smith in the 26, running back in second. Hainu in the 2, running in third. And the 104 D-Rock Racing runs back in fourth position. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go, and Fanaris is checked out. But look at that battle for second between Hainu on the inside and Smith on the outside. 2 guys will be battling each other next year in Formula 2500 on the Hydroplane Racing League, and they're battling out here as Hainu does a good job, moves up on the inside and takes over second position from Kevin Smith. They'll come off the exit turn number 2 to complete lap number 3. White flag being displayed, 3 down and 1 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock qualifier. And Chris Fanaris driving the 92 tenacity. He's got a nice, comfortable, we'll call it 2 to 3 roots tail advantage. Hainu using that inside and shorter way around to his advantage, moves up into second position. Kevin Smith falls back to third, and the D-Rock Racing back in fourth. Down the backstretch here on lap number 404, and Chris Fanaris, the 92 tenacity, half a lap away from the qualification victory here, and the 100 points that go along with it as they head down into turn number 2 on lap number 404. Jacob Hainu has moved up into second position. That S2, the Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. But your leader off the exit of turn number 2. Checker flag waves this time by. And the first winner of the first qualifier of the day for the 2.5 of the stocks will go to Chris Fanaris in the 92, the tenacity. Jacob Hainu with a great run. He went from 4th to 2nd there during that qualification 4-lap period. Third position will go to Kevin Smith in the 26, and fourth will go to the D-Rock Racing and the 104. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to learn anything about APBA inboard racing, just check us out at apba.org. You can find everything you want to know about where we'll be racing, who will be racing, what will be racing. You can check it out there at apba.org. It has our schedule and everything that goes along with it. You can check it out there. We've had some really good racing here in 2024. One of the new race sites, or not, it's not an old race site, but it's only been about 2 years, is Mott Lake. I was in Mott Lake, Michigan not long ago. It's around the Flint, Michigan area. Great race site. I want to promote that race site for 2025. It'll be August 9th and 10th next August in 2025. Great race site. If you're ever around the Flint, Michigan area, you go check out Mott Lake.
I said I could call the Skiff Heat.
Oh, Tom Packardine is going to join me for Skiff Heat fun. That'll be exciting. We have one more qualifier, 2.5 to stocks, and then we'll go skiff racing. Well, yeah, if you say so, Tom. All right, up next, our second qualifier, 2.5 to stocks. Nah, that was here. All right, inside 1 to the 5, 1 to the 5, second qualifier. Those batteries don't work, Tom.
Don't let him have my back.
Canada's that way. Canada's that. You guys are going the wrong way. Canada's that way.
15 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5 minute goodness down to the second qualifier for 2.5 liter stocks. They'll be making their way out onto the race course. Top 3 will make it into the final. If you're wondering about Jersey Speed Skids, they'll be the next qualification heat after this one will be our Jersey Speed Skid qualifier. Should have 6 of them make the call here for 2.5 liter stock qualifier number 2. Once they all come out, they're all out. Once all 6 of them come out and come around one time, we'll introduce them to you, tell you where they're from. This should be a pretty good battle here. Nice contingent of 2.5 liter stocks here in this second qualifier. The first boat coming down the front stretch right now, that's Grant Hearn. We saw Grant a little bit ago in the 2.5 liter mod qualifier. Grant runs the Honda powered engine in that that F14, the Legacy 1. Grant's out of Syracuse, Indiana. Drives for his father, that Legacy 1 boat. Boat coming through turn 1 right now, way up on the outside. That's a 74, Matthew Brown. We also saw Matthew earlier. He had a mechanical issue. Good to see that boat back up and running. The 17 is Stefan Racine out of Valleyfield, Quebec. The 341 of Woody Plescott out of Cambridge, Maryland. Coming through the apex. Here's the 77 of Guillaume Charette. Guillaume had a 2024. He had a nightmare season here in 2024. I saw that he's borrowing a motor this weekend to come racing here in Lake Hopatcong to try to get that 77 up and running for 2025. And new to the scene in 2.5 liter stock racing, it's Bennett Armstrong driving the F3 this weekend. Bennett, the son of longtime racer Steve Armstrong. Bennett's going to be campaigning that Total Chaos next season full time in the Hydroplane Racing League for the 2500 class. We are 2:45 from the start, 2:45 away. 2.5 liter stock second qualifier. The top 3 will make it directly into fight for that New Jersey Governor's Cup later on today. As I said, it's a really highly competitive 2.5 liter stock class here this weekend. Guillaume coming through in that 77. Guillaume's out of Valleyfield, Quebec. And as I said, they really did have some tough go of it in 2024. I'm glad they're going to give it one more shot here this weekend to try to see what was the problem all throughout 2024 in that 77, that green boat going down the backstretch. Here comes Bennett Armstrong. Great to see Bennett getting a 2.5 liter stock ride. Bennett has been campaigning in the T class over the last couple seasons. Doing a really good job in the T5, the Trophy Hunter, driving for John Shaw. But he's stepping up a class. This is the boat that his dad formerly campaigned. They're going to repaint it next year to get it back to that Total Chaos paint scheme. I'm looking forward to seeing Bennett and how he does stepping up a class here in the 2.5 liter stocks. Minute 30 from the start, minute 30 away. Boat's cutting the race course from the back stretch to the front stretch. That's legal maneuver as long as you cut from back to stretch and you yield to the boats on the race course. You see Grant Hearn had to get out of the throttle because he had to yield to Guillaume, who had maintained that inside lane. Guillaume had the right of way because he was on the race course, and Grant had to yield to Guillaume that time. Nice job by Grant to yield, and Grant will move out to lane 2. Under a minute to go, 55 seconds to the start. 2.5 liter second qualifier. There is the 45-second score up. Everybody's legal. You can see Guillaume and Grant were right there at 45 seconds. Guillaume's on the inside. Grant's in lane number 2. Looks like Woody Plescott will move up to lane number 3 in the 341. It looks like on his outside, with the 74, Matthew Brown. Bennett Armstrong going to start up on the outside, it looks like, in lane number 5. And then Stefan Racine. So we're 15 seconds. They are up really early, as they're already at the exit of 2. So we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we'll call it a clean start from here. We'll have to wait and see, but it looks like Grant Hearn hit it right as it struck 0. Grant's got to leave a lane on the inside there for Guillaume. So Grant from lane number 2. He'll lead him through the apex of turn number 1. Guillaume Charette runs that inside and short away around. We'll see if he can use that to his advantage as they go through the apex of turn number 1. Woody Plescott got a nice start. He's running back in 3rd position in that 341. So down the backstretch here on lap number 1, we'll go 4 times around. And Grant Hearn, he's opened it up. We'll call it a 5 bow length advantage over top of Guillaume Charette running back in 2nd. Woody Plescott in 3rd and Bennett Armstrong in 4th. Down into turn number 2 here on lap number 1. And Grant Hearn in the Legacy 1. He is your leader. Over top of Guillaume Charette running in 2nd and Woody Plescott in 3rd. So come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock qualifier. And Grant Hearn, he is your leader in the Legacy 1. 2nd position is Guillaume Charette. 3rd is Woody Plescott. He's got company on the outside of Bennett Armstrong running back in 4th position. Nice battle. Shade on for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Those 3 boats separated by about a rooster tail and a half. So Grant Hearn, he's your leader with Guillaume Charette running in 2nd. Woody Plescott in 3rd. Bennett Armstrong in 4th. Matthew Brown and Stefan Racine running out the field in 5th and 6th. So 1.5 in and 2.5 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock 2nd qualifier. And it's Grant Hearn. We'll call it a 2 rooster tail advantage over top of Guillaume Charette running back in 2nd in the 77. 3rd still Woody Plescott in 4th. Bennett Armstrong trying to make up a little bit of ground in that F3. Come around and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down and 2 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock 2nd qualifier. And Grant Hearn got a nice comfortable 2 rooster tail advantage over top of Guillaume Charette, Woody Plescott, and Bennett Armstrong. Bennett has now gone to the buoy row. Bennett's going to try to make up some ground on Woody as Woody's taking it out in lane number 3. So watch that battle for 3rd between Armstrong and Plescott, as Plescott's on the outside and Bennett Armstrong's on the inside. Bennett's going to use that inside lane to make up ground. And we'll see if Bennett will be able to take over 3rd position as they come up the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go, and it's still Grant Hearn. 3 rooster tail advantage over top of Guillaume Charette. The battle still for 3rd position between Bennett Armstrong and Woody Plescott. Battling out for 3rd position as they head down into turn number 2. That's that transfer spot to make it into that A final later on this afternoon. So 3 down and 1 to go here in the 2.5 liter stock qualifier. And it's Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana, your leader. Guillaume Charette in 2nd. 3rd is still Bennett Armstrong on the inside and Woody Plescott on the outside. Battling out for 3rd position. 4th class, it looks like Matthew Brown is in 4th with Stefan Racine. I'm sorry, Matthew's in 5th and Stefan Racine in 6th. So half a lap away for Grant Hearn to qualify for that A final later on this afternoon. Down into turn number 2, a nice comfortable half a straightaway advantage over top of Guillaume Charette running back in 2nd. Bennett Armstrong has solidified that 3rd position now. We'll call it a 4 to 5 boat length advantage over top of Woody Plescott. Woody still having to run way up on the outside in that 341. But off the exit into turn number 2, the checker flag waves, and Grant Hearn comes across start-finish line. He'll be your unofficial winner of the 2nd qualifier for the 2.5 liter stocks. 2nd position will go to Guillaume Charette. 3rd will go to Bennett Armstrong. Nice run for Bennett. First time in a 2.5 liter stock. He'll come around and get 3rd place position in that F3. 4th will go to Woody Plescott in the 341. 5th will go to Matthew Brown. And Stefan Racine will round out the field in 6th. So once again, these guys will be back on the water later on this afternoon for the A and B finals for the 2.5 liter stocks. That A final, they'll run for the New Jersey Governor's Cup. Up next, our first qualifier, Jersey Speed Skiffs. Jersey Speed Skiffs on the water next. We're so excited.
We had a good announcer.
I know.
Really get these people pumped up
Somebody can just pump these people up.
before you have heart attacks.
if Jeff Ayler were here.
Jeff Taylor. You don't understand what he's saying?
I love Jeff. He's a good guy.
He is. He's a good guy.
He's done with it, though. He's tired of it.
Is he really?
He's only going to do Madison from now on.
Of course.
Shoot, I don't blame him, man.
I wouldn't want to do that on Monday.
No.
He called it. He called a race in
Starting
2
line,
hours
quarter
later.
one. Nothing to report.
Very good. Starting line, turn 2. Anything? Nothing to report. Everything good. Thank you. Here it comes.
Here it comes. Who's that?
That's Bruce. Here it comes.
Comes what? Rain?
Probably 1 to the 5.
5 seconds.
All right, we're inside 1 to the 5. 45 seconds. 45 seconds. 30 seconds.
I know. Hey, the motor started. Let's go.
15 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun for their first qualifier. Jersey Speed Skiffs should have 6 of them here in the first qualifier, 7 in the second. They'll be making their way out on the race course. Most of these Jersey Speed Skiffs running a 283 now. Used to run a 305. Most guys are running a 283. Speeds upwards of close to 80 miles an hour. We'll probably see 65, 75 miles an hour down the straightaways here this weekend on this 1.25 mile race course. Jersey Speed Skiffs, the only East Coast boat with a rider and a driver. The rider obviously drives the boat. I'm sorry, the driver obviously drives the boat, and the rider helps out with navigation. Tom needs a good navigator. How do you navigate with a guy that only speaks French? I always thought about that.
What's that?
No, I was just making funny. Tom Bacardini sitting next to me. We're just having a go of it. He'll be in Hampton next weekend. Maybe. 4 minutes to the start. 4 minutes to the start. Jersey Speed Skiff first qualifier. Same thing that we had with the 2.5 stocks. They'll run 2 qualifiers. The first qualifier and the second qualifier. The top 3 will make it into the final. As they come down the straightaway, we will introduce them to you. Hopefully we have all the names right. Rider and driver. First boat coming through turn 1 will be the 23, the Kryptonite. That's Keith Gunther. He's got Nick Wheeler in there with him. The 22, Jay Hardy. Jay's out of Greenwood Lake, New Jersey, just up the road. The 719 of Taylor Barr. The 8 of George Sewell on the outside. Courtney Truelove in the 721. And the 35 of Brandon Kennedy. Brandon's got Mason McClure in there with him. The 719, Taylor Barr, he's got Chris Kramer riding with him. Taylor had a really good weekend last weekend, I believe, in Mays Landing. I believe he picked up a 2nd place overall in Mays Landing last weekend. Already cutting the race course with 2:45 to the start. George Sewell's going to cut the race course. Gunther's cutting with him, and so is Courtney Truelove. So game's already being played. All you have to do is come across start-finish line 1 time, and then you can start cutting the race course. Billy Sewell's got Dusty Bradley in there with him today, riding along with him. So George is going to try to set up inside lane number 1, maybe. We'll see. Courtney Truelove, she's got a knack for getting that inside. Courtney's already in there in that 721. She'll have Keith Gunther move to her outside. The 23 Kryptonite. We'll see where Taylor Barr decides to go. As everybody else is coming down the front stretch. Taylor's going to have to go to lane number 3, and that'll move Jay Hardy out to lane number 4. So not over yet, as they do not have to have their lane established to the exit pin of turn number 2. So George Sewell has got a minute to kill prior to that 45-second. We're 1:37 to the start, but they got to be behind that blue buoy prior to 40-second. Now Jay Hardy's gone to the buoy row. Got to have that 4 boat length overwrap in order to move in front, and Jay's got plenty of space. Now can he kill off enough time? If you cross that blue buoy prior to 45 seconds, you will be assessed a 1-minute penalty. So Hardy has moved to the buoy row. And that's going to force everybody else that was behind him, including Courtney Truelove. And you can see Courtney, she's got the bow pointed to the right. She's going to have to go out to lane number 2. Now she's inside. Now she's inside of Jay Hardy. So we are 1 minute, 15 seconds prior to that blue buoy. So it's Truelove in 1, Hardy in 2, Sewell in 3 right now, Gunther in 4. And it's Barr. 3, 2, 1, mark. It's a legal score up. Now they'll all fly down into turn number 2. So it's kind of like we have 2 different starts. That's the score up start. Now they'll fly down to turn number 2. Got to have that 4 boat length overlap in order to move in front of somebody. In order to cross over. It doesn't look like, as far as the inside 3 go, anybody had enough overlap. So it's still Truelove in 1, Hardy in 2. Barr looks like he might be in 4. Hard to see from here. Gunther is in 3. And George Sewell is out in 5, and Brandon Kennedy in 6, as we are 10, 9, 8, 7. They're early. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. It looks close from here. We'll call it like we see it, but Jay Hardy in lane number 2. He's got that neon cage. That's how I can tell it's Jay. He'll come through with the Silver Fox from lane number 2. Taylor Barr on his outside in lane number 4. Stuck in the middle is Keith Gunther. And Brandon Kennedy up on the outside. So they'll go through turn number 1 here on lap number 1 of 4. And Jay Hardy in the 22. The Silver Fox puts that thing up on its side off the exit of turn number 1 to go down the backstretch here on lap number 1 of 4. So Hardy is your leader. Taylor Barr running in 2nd. Keith Gunther in 3rd. Brandon Kennedy in 4th, Courtney Truelove in 5th, and George Sewell rounds out the field in 6th. Down into turn number 2 here on lap number 1. Once again, we go 4 times around in the Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier. Jay Hardy in the 22, the Silver Fox. He's your leader. We'll call it a 6 or 7 boat lane advantage over top of Taylor Barr, but the battle is for 3rd. You got Gunther, Kennedy, and Truelove, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as they come down the front stretch here to complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 3 to go. And Jay Hardy, he's your leader in the 22, the Silver Fox. Taylor Barr holds on to 2nd position. He's got Keith Gunther to his outside. And Brandon Kennedy far up on the outside in that 35 TM Special. So through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2 of 4. And Jay Hardy, we'll call it 15 boat lengths over top of Taylor Barr, Keith Gunther, Brandon Kennedy, Courtney Truelove, and then George Sewell. So 1.5 in and 2.5 to go here in the first qualifier for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. And it's Jay Hardy out of Greenwood Lake. He's your leader down into turn number 2. Taylor Barr runs in 2nd. Keith Gunther holding on to 3rd. Brandon Kennedy in 4th. Courtney Truelove in 5th. And 6th is George Sewell. So through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go. The Silver Fox, Jay Hardy. He's your leader across start-finish line to complete lap number 2. So 2 down, 2 to go here in the first qualifier for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. Taylor Barr still holding on to 2nd position. We'll see if there's going to be a battle for that 3rd position, that transfer spot between Keith Gunther and Brandon Kennedy. Brandon's still running way up on the outside in that 35. Now Brandon hooked to the left there is trying to move over a little bit, try to make up some ground. As it's still Gunther in 3rd, Kennedy in 4th, and Truelove in 5th. So through the apex of turn number 1, nice comfortable advantage for Jay Hardy in the 22, the Silver Fox. We are 2.5 in and 1.5 to go here in the Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier, and Jay Hardy leads almost half a straightaway over top of Taylor Barr, runs back in 2nd. Keith Gunther still in 3rd position, but Kennedy has moved over to the buoy row, and Brandon's trying to make up a little bit of ground, running back in 4th position. That final transfer spot for that A Final on the line between 35 and the 23. But off the turn number 2, Jay Hardy, man, he's checked out on the rest of this field. 3 down and 1 to go in the JS22, the Silver Fox of Jay Hardy. That neon cage, he is your leader coming across start-finish line. Nice half a straightaway advantage over top of Taylor Barr, running back in 2nd, the 719. So everybody pretty evenly spread out now between second, third, fourth, and fifth. About 3 to 4 boat lengths separate each of them as they come down the front stretch here on lap number 4. So Jay Hardy, your leader off the exit of 1. Taylor Barr still holds on to second. Keith Gunther with Nick Wheeler in there running in third. The Kryptonite, the JS23. Brandon Kennedy and Mason McFlure running back in fourth position. Fifth is Courtney Truelove. And sixth is George Sewell and Dusty Bradley. So down the backstretch here on lap number 4 of 4. And Jay Hardy, he's put a whooping on this 6-boat qualifier here. He's got a half a straightaway advantage over top of Taylor Barr, runs in second. But off the exit of turn number 2 for the fourth and final time, the checker flag will wave this time by. And your unofficial winner, the first qualifier for the Jersey Speedsters, go to the JS22, the Silver Fox and Jay Hardy. Second position, Taylor Barr through the apex of 2. He'll come around and complete lap number 4 himself. He'll go around to get second place points. The JS719 and Taylor Barr will go ahead and wrap up second position. Third will go to the 23, the Kryptonite, Keith Gunther. Fourth will go to the 35 of Brandon Kennedy. Fifth will go to Courtney Truelove. And sixth will go to George Sewell. So nice run for the 22. He's one to watch for that final later on today. That New Jersey Governor's Cup on the line for that JS22 coming up a little bit later on. Up next, our second qualifier. We'll have a 7-boat Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier number 2 coming up next. One mark. 5-minute guns. Second qualifier, Jersey Speed Skiffs will be making their way out onto the race course. Once again, if you're just joining us here at the New Jersey Powerboat Association Regatta, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. The boats come out on the race course to do a 5-minute warm-up where they will do a couple timing runs, a couple warm-up laps. The ultimate goal is to be at the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. This second qualifier should be a good one. We should have 7 of them make the call. Here for that second qualifier, Jersey Speed Skiffs. Skiffs have a driver and a rider. The driver obviously drives the boat and throttles the boat. The rider rides, helps out with navigation on the race course to help the driver see where they are and where they're going. Because when these boats slow down, that bow comes up. It's really difficult to see where you are on the race course. Yep. I think all 7 are out. Yep, all 7 have made the call here for their second qualifier for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. And once they come around for the first time, we will introduce them to you so you can know who's in the boat. So they'll come down the front stretch here, come across start-finish line, and that's their check-in. They have to go around one time, check in at start-finish, and then they can start playing games, as we sort of speak, fight for their lanes. 3:28 from the start. 3:28 away. First boat coming through the apex of turn 1 here. This will be the 991. Oh, I'm sorry, no, this will be the 135, excuse me. That's Dave Savage in the JS 135. Dave's got Randy Weber in there with him. The JS 11. That boat's out of North Carolina with Mike Perbola and Mike Hendrickson doing the riding. Mike Perbola does the driving. The 10. Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio, the Yump and Yimini out of Pasadena, Maryland. The 41, that's driven this weekend by Brandon Langford. Rob Schiller does the riding in the 41. Looks like the 45 may be coming back in, Max and Samawancio. That's unfortunate. He's one of our top contenders here this weekend. The JS 45 making his way into the pit area. The 991, Little Billy Sewell does the driving in the 991. The Bound for Glory. He's either got Dusty in there with him or Billy Sewell Sr. in there with him. I'm not sure if he's got Dusty in there with him or not. Okay, Dusty's riding with Little Billy today. It looks like we've got a mechanical issue on the 11. Dead in turn number 1. And the 99, the final boat on the race course. That's Sam Greenlaw with her father Dave Greenlaw doing the riding. So those are the 7 boats. We'll see if the 11 can get fired up because he's in a bad spot. Yep, black flag being displayed. They're going to put the black flag out. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get this heat off and running with the 11 broken down right there in the race course. And yeah, he's got something coming out of the hood of that thing. Just saw some smoke coming out of the JS 11. So we threw the black flag. Black flag means these boats need to return directly to the pits. It did have some smoke come out when he popped the lid, but now it's gone away. So hopefully nothing major with that JS 11. We'll get him towed off, get these guys turned around, and we'll come back out as soon as we get the 11 off the race course. And we'll run the second qualifier, Jersey Speed Skiff. So unfortunate that the JS 11 will have to be turned back into the race course, get him off of the course, and we'll have to start our 5-minute period once again. So stick around for that. We'll be coming back in just a few. All right, inside one of the 5.
She gave me this for free. That was so smart. Her hot dog was $4. One hot dog was $4. This is really good.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for the rerun of that second qualifier. Unfortunately, unable to get that started with that boat breaking down in turn number 1. But we'll have our second qualifier coming up.
Eat your hot dog, watch the race.
All right, boats making their way out onto the race course. And once they go around for the first time, we'll introduce them to you when they come back around. Jersey Speed Skiffs making their way out for their second qualifier. The first qualifier was won earlier by Jay Hardy in the 22, the Silver Fox. We'll see who can come out on top here in this second qualifier as these guys get ready for the final later on today. Once again, the Jersey Speed Skiffs, the only East Coast class with a rider and a driver. The driver obviously drives the boat, throttles the boat. The rider is there to help with navigation. To help the driver determine where they are on the race course. So our second qualifier, we had 13 Jersey Speed Skiffs show up here this weekend. We had enough to run 2 qualifiers. And I believe we're going to have a 7 or maybe an 8 boat final. I'm not even sure. I didn't hear that at the driver's meeting. I have to get confirmation on that here in a little bit. All right, first boat coming down here into turn number 1. That is the 135 driven by Dave Savage. Dave's got Randy Weber in there with him this afternoon. The 41 driven by Brandon Langford. He's got Rob Schiller riding along with him today. And that JS41, the Crabster. Brandon's wife Abigail is the normal driver of that boat, but Brandon's going to campaign it here this weekend. The orange boat coming down here into turn 1 right now, the JS10 right on the buoy row, the Yump and Yimity of Jimmy Stewart and Peg Awancio, longtime Jersey Speed Skiffers. They've already won 1 championship here in 2024 when they won the HRL championship a couple weeks ago in Mahorn, Quebec. The 991, Billy Sewell and Dusty Bradley in the Bound for Glory coming through turn number 1. The other 2 boats should be the 45 of Max and Sam Awancio and the 99 of Sam Greenlaw and her father Dave riding along with her. Those should be the 6 boats out. Unfortunate for the JS11, he caused the stoppage, unable to go here in the rerun. 2 minutes to the start, 2 minutes away. Jersey Speed Skiffs second qualifier. Skiffs anywhere up from 65 to 75 miles an hour on a course like this. Roll cages on all boats. That was required in the latter part of the 1990s, early 2000s. They put roll cages on these boats to help protect the drivers. And we have seen over the years that those roll cages have created opportunities for safety, because we've seen boats come down on top of those roll cages, and that protects the driver and the rider. Very important safety element that they put in place in the early 2000s, late 1990s. So boats now will slow down here into turn number 1 as they're all going to try to get on that timing mark 30 seconds prior to that 45-second score up. And it looks like the JS10, Jimmy Stewart, he's not going to have any problem getting lane number 1. Nobody's up here to challenge him for it, so he's going to be all right. He's got that inside lane right now, 15 seconds away from the score up. So Jimmy Stewart will be in lane number 1. There's 45 seconds. So Stewart in 1. It looks like Sam Greenlaw, she'll move up to his outside. Samantha will. Dave Savage move up in there. Watch where Billy Sewell goes in that 991. It looks like Max and Sam Awansi are just having all sorts of mechanical issues in this JS 45. So 45 is going to come back to the pit area. 24 seconds to the start. Jersey Speed Skiff second qualifier. Everybody's up there on pretty good time marks. Yeah, here comes Max. He's going to bring the 45 in the red back to the pit area. Unfortunately, it did not start for him as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Let's see a clean start from here. And Jimmy Stewart, he'll lead him on the inside in that JS10. Yump and Yiminy down here into turn number 1. Watch those boats on the outside as Billy Sewell moves over to take away lane number 2. So Sewell will be in lane number 2, and then Dave Savage in lane 3. They'll come to the apex of turn number 1. And it's Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio out of Pasadena, Maryland. They are your leaders through the apex of turn number 1. Billy Sewell runs in second, Dave Savage in third, Samantha Greenlaw in fourth, and the Crabster runs out the field in fifth position. So down the backstretch here in the Jersey Speed Skiff second qualifier, half a lap in. We'll go 3.5 more times around. And Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio running really well down into turn number 2. And that JS10 Yump and Yiminy. So Stewart is your leader. Billy Sewell trying to hunt him down in second position. The Bound for Glory, the JS991. The only thing important here is to make it into that final later on this afternoon, as Jimmy Stewart will come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in this 4-lap qualifier. The Yump and Yiminy at JS10, and Jimmy Stewart your leader. Billy Sewell and Dusty Bradley run in second position out in about lane number 4. See if Billy moves over a little bit, tries to make up ground by moving over to about lane number 2. Third position is the 135. Dave Savage having a great run in third in that 135. Fourth position is the 99, Samantha Greenlaw. We'll see if Sam can move up into third. So 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier. And Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio have a nice comfortable advantage as they head down into turn number 2. We'll call it about a 10 boat length advantage over top of Billy Sewell and Dusty Bradley as they go through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 2. So they'll come off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap 2. It'll be 2 up and 2 down. And Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio in the JS10, the Yump and Yiminy, they're your leaders across start-finish line to complete lap number 2. The Bound for Glory, the JS991 of Billy Sewell runs in second. Third position, it looks like a battle between Samantha Greenlaw on the outside and Dave Savage on the inside, battling out for third position here in the Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier. So Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio, your leaders. Billy Sewell runs in second with Dusty Bradley, his riding mechanic. Nice battle for third between Samantha. Samantha's got that X. You can see that X on the side of the boat. That means that she is a rookie driver. She's still got that X on the side, so she's got to stay up on the outside. She's trying to move up into third place and get third place points here in this Jersey Speed Skiff second qualifier. But here on lap number 3, it's all Jimmy Stewart out of the top end of the race course with a nice, comfortable 10 boat length advantage over top of Billy Sewell and Dusty Bradley. So 3 down and 1 to go here in the Jersey Speed Skiff second qualifier. Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, your leaders. Dusty Bradley, the riding mechanic for Billy Sewell, runs back in second. Billy doing a nice job. He's running out in about lane number 4. Surprised to see Billy running out in lanes 4 and 5 there when he could move over towards the buoy row to make up a little bit of ground. Billy's running out in about lane 4 or 5 sequence. Samantha Greenlaw took a big hop as she came across start-finish line in that JS99. The Very Cherry running back in third. Nice run for Samantha. She's already up to third position. Dave Savage back in fourth. And the 41, the Crabster, rounding out the field in fifth. So half a lap away for Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio, the longtime brother-sister combo, running in first position here in the second qualifier. They'll come to the apex of turn number 2. They'll be looking for the checker flag when they come off the exit of 2 this time by. So 4 up and 4 down in the JS10, the Yump and Yiminy, Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. They'll get the victory here in the second qualifier for the Jersey Speed Skiff. Second place will go to the 991 Bound for Glory. And Billy Sewell and Dusty Bradley will come around and get second place. Third, nice run for Samantha Greenlaw. Samantha, she'll pick up a third place finish. I think she'll going to be happy with that one. She'll come around and get third in that 99, the Very Cherry. Fourth, we'll go to Dave Savage in the 135, and the Crabster, the JS41, and Brendan Langford will round out the field in 5th. So we'll bring our Jersey Speed Skiffs back into the pit area, get them on the cranes, and get set up for the finals later on this afternoon. And once we have the finals set for you, we'll relay that message to you a little bit later on today. But that'll do it for our first half. We're halfway through. Our qualifiers are done. After this, it'll all be finals coming up for you here shortly. So good time to get yourself something to eat, something to drink. Visit all of our vendors that are here today. We appreciate them coming out, supporting us here this weekend. So our qualifiers are done for the Saturday edition. Coming up, we'll have the finals here shortly. Our finals will be on the water when we come back.
Please get everybody off the judges' boat and take them into the pits. Let's try to keep this to a minimum. Okay, we are on break. Okay, Scott, do we have any calls? No calls. Excellent, thank you. They'll be bringing you in, and then we'll see you again later. Okay, I got a couple minutes, sir. Starting line, quarter one, no calls. Excellent, good heat.
All right, so we're going to allow our rescue team to come in, get a bathroom break. So once they come in and do that, we'll send them back out onto the race course. So here's the way this goes. When you see the boats start to return to the race course, you know we're getting ready to go back racing. So these guys and gals will come in. We got to give them a little bit of a break, give them some lunch, let them take a bathroom break, and then once they do that, we will send them right back out onto the race course to get ready for our finals. Our first final of the day will be our 1 liter mod final. That'll be followed by a 2.5 liter mod final, H350 final, Sportsman Advanced final, and then we'll have our 2.5 liter stock final A and B, followed up by our Jersey Speed Skiff final A and B. So when you see the boats start to return to the race course, you know we're going to get ready to go back racing. Good opportunity now. If you'd like to get inside the pit area, you can come right down here to this black tent, purchase a pit pass, and go get up close and personal with the boats and maybe talk to a driver or two. Good opportunity to do that right now. And obviously, make sure you visit our vendors, get something to eat or drink before we go racing again here shortly. So we are on break, but it will not be that long, and we'll be back racing for you here in just a few. Thanks for coming out. We'll come back with the second half of our racing card in just a little while. Stick around. All right, for our fans along the shorelines and allows living our guys tuning in on our live stream, we are getting ready to go back racing here in just a few. Boats are starting to be dropped into the water. Our schedule for the remainder of the day, we will help out with our 1 liter mod final. That'll be our first final of the weekend. That'll be followed by our 2.5 liter mod final. Then our H350 final, our flat bottom final, and then we'll get into our 2.5 liter stock final B and A, and our Jersey Speed Skiff final B and A. We do have our final set, our Jersey Speed Skiff final and our A final, which will be for the New Jersey Governor's Cup. Our final will consist of the 35, the 721, the 22, the 10, the 991, and the 99. A 6-boat final for the Jersey Speed Skiff in the A final. For our 2.5 liter stocks, their final in the A final will be the 92, the Tenacity, the 26, the 77, the 3, the 341, and the 44. That will be the 2.5 liter stock A final. So those will be coming up here in just a matter of moments. We are dropping boats into the water for our first final of the day, which will be our 1 liter mod final. That'll be coming up here in just a few minutes. Once again, we want to thank everybody for coming out today. Beautiful Saturday afternoon of racing here at the New Jersey Governor's Cup here on beautiful Lake Hopatcong. It's always great to come here in September. Starting to round out our 2024 APBA campaign. If you want to know anything about American Powerboat Racing, you can go to apba.org, check it out there. You can get our schedule. You can find out how to become a member. You can find out how to become a racer. You can also sign up for our driver school. We have a driver school if you ever want to get behind the wheel of an inboard hydro. Out in Ohio, they have, out towards the Dayton, Ohio area, they have a driver school every April where you sign up and you get to go get behind the wheel of an inboard hydroplane. You learn how everything works and to see if you want to get into it. That inboard hydroplane racing school has produced many drivers, especially out in the Region 6 area. I was out in the Mott Lake Regatta a couple weeks back, and they had a bunch of those guys that had driven in the driver school in April and had come out to do some driving here for APBA Inboard. So everything you need to know about inboard hydroplane racing can be found at apba.org. So our boat's being lowered into the water. It looks like we've got all our 1 liter mods in. We'll just have to wait for the officials to give us the go-ahead so we can run our first final of the day, our 1 liter mod finals. I can see our 2.5 liter mods are being lowered in right now. So once they get in, we should be able to knock these out pretty quickly once we get all the boats into the water and ready to go, as everybody's here running for that New Jersey Governor's Cup here this weekend. Once the boats come out on the race course, we'll give you a rundown if you're just coming in here today on how the starting procedure works. It's not like car racing or anything like that. It's on a timing. Everything's on time. So once we get out on the race course, we'll help you out with that, help you understand that as we are almost ready to go. So thanks for sticking it out for us while we took our little river break there. Hopefully you got something to eat from our vendors. Enjoy a beautiful Saturday afternoon. But up next, our 1 liter mod final, our first final of day number 1 of 2 here at the New Jersey Governor's Cup will be coming up here shortly. Stick around. Samantha Awancio, they're looking for you for turn judge duty, Samantha. Got to be turn judge, Sam. That's who we're looking for, Samantha Awancio. So if you see Sam, try to come up. We're ready for her turn judge duty.
Towboat 3 and that big white boat coming back out.
5-minute gun has sounded for our first final of the day. 1 liter mod final. Make their way out onto the race course for their first final. Once again, if you weren't with us earlier, this is not the start of the race. The race does not begin until all boats make it out onto the race course and the 5-minute period expires. So the ultimate goal is to be at the start-finish line when the clock hits 0. We are 4 minutes and 24 seconds away from that happening. Our 1 liter mods making their way out for their 1 liter mod final. 1 liter mods run a Yamaha or a Polaris motor. A jet ski type engine. The 2-stroke. Speeds upwards of 110 to 115 miles an hour. First boat making his way down the front stretch with 3:45 left to go. That'll be James Thompson in the 54, the Pink Panther. He's followed up by Rob Bowanowski in the T2, the missed opportunity. The boat on the outside. Rob won the qualifier earlier today. Brandon Kennedy trying to get that 80 fired up. He's had mechanical issues earlier in that Y80, the Outlaw. Unable to go with the qualifier earlier today. He's still turning on that thing to try to get it up and running. Boat coming down the front stretch right now. That's the 40, the double OT of Ryan Malawick, the driver of the Y40. Oh, and Ryan's had mechanical issues as well as he just shut it down here at the entrance of turn number 1. These Y boats are finicky. Guys having all sorts of mechanical issues here today, trying to get these boats up and running so we can go racing here with our first final. You see our biggest hydroplanes being lowered into the water right now. That's the 999. Eric McKenna being dropped in. Those are the biggest hydroplanes we have here today, the E350s or H350s. But our first final will be the 1 liter mods. That'll be followed by the 2.5 liter mods. Then we'll go H350 final, flat bottom final, 2.5 liter stock final A and B, and then Jersey Speed Skiff final A and B to round out our day. So we are just past the halfway point of day number 1 of 2 here at the New Jersey Governor's Cup. And it looks like we're going to have, unfortunately, the 40 and the 80 are having all sorts of mechanical issues. Brandon Kennedy trying to get that Y80, the Outlaw, fired up. He's on the backstretch right now. Looks like the 40 is, he's far enough out of the way as the 40. He's off the race course. So we should be okay to go if Brandon can get that 80 fired up. 1 minute, 30 seconds from the start, 1:30 away. 1 liter modified final. So far, Bolanowski and Thompson, the only ones able to get going up and running here so we can get ready to go for this 1 liter mod final. We started with 5 of these guys this weekend. We're down to 3 running right now. Unfortunately for the Malawick family, they come all the way from Beaver Creek, Ohio. That's a long way to come. And unfortunately, they're not going to be able to go. I know they've had some mechanical issues here in 2024. But it looks like Ryan's going to get that boat far enough off the race course so we can go ahead and go with this final. 45-second mark has just elapsed, so everybody's legal. Brandon was up there early. He'll be assessed a 1-minute penalty, but he just wants to get that Y80, the Outlaw, up and running. See if he can compete here in the 1 liter mod final. 28 seconds from the start. So once again, if you're just coming out, this is your first inboard race. The race does not begin until I count down from 10 to 0 and the boats get to that white buoy. The ultimate goal is to hit that buoy when the clock strikes 0 as we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Martin. We'll call it a clean start from here, and Rob Bowanowski up on the outside. He'll lead him across start-finish line in the T2. A missed opportunity. We'll go 4 times around here in the 1-liter mod final, and Bowanowski on the outside. And on his inside, here comes James Thompson, and Thompson's going to move up on the inside in the 54, the Pink Panther, and he will take the lead through the apex of turn number 1. So Thompson in the 54, he'll lead him off the exit of 1 as they head down the backstretch here with a nice, comfortable advantage. Looks like Bowanowski might be having some mechanical issues in that T2, running back in second. Kennedy in the 80, he did take the start. We'll see if he's going to just come back to the pit area. That seems like that boat's having some mechanical issues as well. So we're down to 2. We started with 5. It looks like we're going to be down to 2 as they come around the apex of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 1. Turn 2's the turn at the top end of the race course. Turn 1's the one closest to us here at the beach. And that's how we call them in APBA inboards, turn 1 and 2. So 1 down, 3 to go here in this 4-lap final. James Thompson in the 54, the Pink Panther. He's your leader down here into turn number 1 on lap number 2. Robert Bowanowski, who had won the qualifier earlier today in that T2 missed opportunity, running back in second position. Obviously some mechanical issues in that T2, running back in second. So James Thompson off the exit of 1. We'll go down the backstretch with a nice half a straightaway advantage over top of Bowanowski, who runs in second position in the T2. So the Pink Panther, 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the 1-liter mod final. And it's James Thompson in the 54 through the apex turn number 2 with a nice comfortable advantage. And you can hear that engine sound a little bit sour in that T2 missed opportunities as Bowanowski comes through turn number 1. So 2 down and 2 to go here in the 1.5 liter final. And it's all James Thompson down into turn number 2. Or turn number 1, excuse me, on lap number 3. So the Pink Panther, that boat's been around a very, very long time. Campaigned by the Wilson family for many years out of Hampton, Virginia, and Thompson brought it a few years back. He's campaigned it ever since, and he's been very consistent in that boat. He might not win a lot of races, but he finishes a lot of them, and that's all that really matters sometimes. Finishing races, get you points. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go. He's looking for the victory here in the final, however, as he heads down into turn number 2 on lap number 3. So Thompson in the 54, the Pink Panther with a nice comfortable advantage off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. He'll get the white flag this time by. It'll signify 3 down and 1 to go here in the 1-liter mod final. It's all James Thompson in the 54, the Pink Panther, across start-finish line to complete lap number 3. Let's see if he catch up to Bowanowski. He might be able to put Rob a lap down here, as that 54 is running really good here in this 1-liter mod final. Unfortunate for us that the 1-liters are on the calendar out in San Diego, California this weekend. There's 5 or 6 boats out there running out there at the APBA Gold Cup. Unfortunately, they won't make it here this weekend. We should have a good contingent of them next weekend at the Summer Nationals in Hampton, Virginia. But Thompson down into turn number 2. He'll go through the apex with about 3/4 of a lap advantage over top of Rob Bowanowski. He'll be looking for the checkered flag as he comes out off of turn number 2. So checkered flag waves, and your unofficial winner of the 1-liter mod final will go to James Thompson in the 54, the Pink Panther. Bowanowski will have to go around one more time to complete his 4 laps. But congratulations to James in that Pink Panther. He's been campaigning that boat for a while. I'm not sure, that might be the first time he's picked up a checkered flag in that boat. I could be wrong on that, but nice run for James and that team picking up the victory here in the Y boat final. Bowanowski will bring it around 3/4 of a lap. He'll get second place points. And we'll step it up in class here in just a minute. We'll go 2.5 liter mod final. 2.5 liter mods will be coming on the water next. Once again, we thank y'all for coming out today. It's a beautiful day for racing. Our first final in the books. We'll go over the 2.5 liter mod final coming up next. That'll be followed up by a very competitive H350 class we have here this weekend. We only got 4 of them, but they're really 4 very competitive H350s. They're the biggest boats we have here this weekend. Speeds upwards of 125 miles an hour in the H350 class. They'll be followed up by our flat bottom class. You already saw some of our flat bottoms being put into the water. And then we'll get into our more competitive classes, our 2.5 liter stock and our Jersey Speed Skiff that are here this weekend to round out the day. Up next, 2.5 liter mod final. Boats will start making their way out of the pit area off the beach to get ready to go with their final. Now, a lot of these boats are running both 2.5 liter mod and 2.5 liter stock. Now, what we have decided to do here today is everybody with a Honda engine is running 2.5 liter mod. So, kind of makes it very competitive here. So, these guys, this Honda motor has been a big talk in the inboard hydroplane racing world. All the guys that are coming out on the race course now are running a Honda-powered 2.5 liter stock motor. It produces a few more horsepower than the 2300, that the Ford motor that is in the other 2.5 stocks that we'll see later on today. But it's hard to get parts for the Ford. It's starting to be hard to get parts for the Ford, so everybody's switching over to the Honda. And I think it's the future. First boat coming through is Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana, in the 14, the Legacy 1. Grant had a Honda last year, tried to campaign it a little bit, really worked the kinks out of it here in 2024, and he's been running really well. Matthew Brown in the 74, ran his entire season on the HRL circuit. Jacob Hainu, he is your 2.5 liter champion in the Hydroplane Racing League. He's running a Honda in that S2, the Nova Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. The 104, D-Rock Racing out of Valleyfield, Quebec, also has a 104 as a Honda. So all these guys out here running the Honda, it's a good opportunity for them to run against each other. I think eventually what will happen is the 2.5 liter stock class will become the Honda class here in the next few years, just like we did with the H350s. We went from a 283, a 305, and now we're up to 350. Kind of seeing the same thing with the smaller boats because parts are just too hard to find. I believe it makes the class more competitive because they're spec engines as well. Everybody's got to run the same thing. 2:39 to the start. Had a great battle earlier in the qualifier between Grant Hearn and Jacob Hainu. Hainu caught up to Hearn and went around him from lane number 2 after the third lap in a really, that probably been the race of the day so far, that earlier 2.5 liter mod qualifier. 2:15 to the start, 2:15 away. 2.5 liter mods out on the race course. Once again, this is the score up. 5-minute mark goes off. The boats come out on the race course. They do a couple warm-up laps, couple timing rounds. Everything's based off of time. So what they did the first time they came out is they basically picked one of those buoys through the apex of turn number 2, came flying down the start-finish line, see how long it took them to get from point A to point B, so they know where to be, when to be, when they get ready to go for this final. 135 from the start, 135 away. We've introduced you to all 4 of them. They're out on the race course now, ready to go for their final. The 104 this weekend, normally driven by Ben Tapan up in the HRL series, driven by Lucas Dalshers here in Lake Hopatcong. He's been running up on the outside in that D-Rock Racing 104, but that is a quick hydroplane. We've seen him have a very competitive 2024 campaign. Up a little bit early was Matthew Brown, so he's going to cut back and cut the race course. Jacob Hainu is up there early. He's got 10 seconds to kill prior to that blue buoy. Got to be behind that at 45, and he's having to scrub off a lot of ground. That's why you saw Hainu come mark. There's the 45. So everybody's legal. Now Hainu is just going to be, he's going to be at a disadvantage because Grant Hearn hit it rolling where Hainu was completely off the pace. So Hainu's got to catch back up to Grant. He'll be in lane 2. So it looks like Grant Hearn will be in 1. Jacob Hainu will be in 2. 3 will be the D-Rock Racing, or maybe Batu Brown will move up into 3 and D-Rock will be on the outside. 17 seconds from the start. 2.5 liter mod qualifier, or final, excuse me. Everybody's up just a little bit early as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Marks, looks like a green start. And out on the outside was Matthew Brown. He hit it flying from lane number 3, but watch the boats to the inside. Hainu in 2, Hearn in 1. They will turn left first. Grant Hearn will use that inside and shorter way around. Looks like a repeat from the qualifier earlier today. Grant Hearn had the jump with Hainu out in lane number 2. We'll see if Hainu can make up ground as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 1. We go 4 times around in the 2.5 liter mod final. And it's Grant Hearn on the inside and Jacob Hainu on the outside. Matthew Brown runs back in 3rd and D-Rock Racing runs in 4th. But as they go down into turn number 2, nice battle shaping up between Hearn and Hainu. It's a repeat of the qualifier earlier today with Hearn having that inside lane. And we'll see if Hainu can make up ground on the outside. They'll come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down and 3 to go. And it looks like Hainu on the outside and Hearn on the inside. They are side by side across start-finish line. Jacob Hainu in the Novo Racing out in about lane number 2. He'll hold Hearn tight. Grant's going to leave him just enough room on the inside. So Grant Hearn and Jacob Hainu are side by side through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Matthew Brown runs in 3rd. Lucas in the D-Rock Racing runs in 4th, but off the exit of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Hainu on the outside and Hearn on the inside. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the 2.5 liter mod final. And Grant Hearn and Jacob Hainu. Now Hainu proves superior as they head down into turn number 2, and Hainu by half a boat length. He's your leader through that tight turn number 2 as they'll come off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go here in the 2.5 liter mod final. Jacob Hainu just leaving enough room on this inside for Grant Hearn. Hearn's got that inside and shorter way around, but Hainu's opened up by 2 boat lengths. He turns left first through the apex of 1 here on lap number 3. Remember, we go 4 times around. It's still a side-by-side battle. We call it dynamite dueling here in the 2.5 liter mod final, and it's Hainu on the outside and Hearn on the inside. Half a boat length separates first and second as they go down the backstretch. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the 2.5 liter mod final. Jacob Hainu, he pulls out by, we'll call it a boat length this time through the apex of turn number 2 on lap number 3. It'll be the white flag this time by as they'll come off the exit of 2. 3 down and 1 to go, and Hainu on the outside doing it like he did in the qualifier. He drove right around the outside of Grant Hearn. So 3 down, 1 to go. Hainu is your leader, and Hearn's on the inside. Grant Hearn, a little bit more experience on the inside for Hearn. Hainu in only his 2nd year campaigning, and now it is side by side here in the 2.5 liter mod final. Grant had a great turn that time. He made up a lot of ground. He'll come off the exit with a small lead over top of Hainu. So Grant Hearn back out in front. Hainu back to 2nd. Half a lap away here in a dynamite 2.5 liter mod final. Hearn and Hainu putting on a great show here in the 2.5 mile final. Now Grant Hearn, he's got it by half a boat length as they come through the apex of turn number 2 on the 4th and final lap. Off the exit of turn number 2, Hearn on the inside and Haynu on the outside. Going to be tough for me to call from here, but I am going to give the edge to Grant Hearn, your victor in the 2.5 stop final. Great run for both those guys as Hearn takes the victory. Haynu, once again, will round out in second. Third place, nice battle between the D-Rock Racing on the outside and Matthew Brown on the inside. Looks like D-Rock Racing will go ahead and get third position. And Matthew Brown will round out the field in fourth. Great run for Grant Hearn. Made up a lot of ground on that fourth and final lap. He was able to power back up on the inside and use that inside and shorter way around to his advantage. And Grant Hearn, your unofficial victor in the 2.5 liter mod final. Up next, H350 final.
See if somebody
Lost
looking
the top.
for that. I found it on the ground.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Keith. Dave, am I assuming correctly that Grant got him at the line?
Yes, he did.
Yep, just getting word from the officials that
Less than half a second.
Grant Hearn did beat out Jacob Haynu by less than half a second there. A great battle there. That's one of the better races of the weekend so far. And Grant Hearn comes out on top there in our 2.5 liter mod final. Up next should be another dynamite duel here in our H350 final. 4 of the fastest in the world coming up for you here in just a few.
The E350s are ready.
Mm-hmm. 15 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun has sounded. H350 final. 4 really competitive boats going to be making their way out onto the race course. The first qualifier today was won by Paul Barber in the 52. Can he replicate that as they go for the New Jersey Governor's Cup here today? H350s making their way out onto the race course. These boats powered by a 350 cubic inch Chevy motor. Ooh. Speeds upwards of 120 to 125 miles an hour on the straightaways. A little bit breezy here today. These guys are going to have to drive with their heads. If you haven't noticed, I want you to watch the boats as they come down the front stretch here right at us at the beach. They have a front wing or a canard that they control with a foot pedal, and that is what keeps the boat on the water. As they come down the straightaway, they'll put that canard in an upright position to pack the wind over top of the boat. And then they'll lay it down flat as they go through the turn to try to pack air under the boat. So it's really is a competitive balance for the driver to determine when to push that pedal down and when to let off. The best can really fly the boat when they do that. 3:28 from the start, 3:28 away. H350 final. We'll give them to you when they come by this time. Here comes Paul Barber. He's in the chartreuse in yellow, blue, and white. The 52. He's out of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. He was your winner of the qualifier earlier today. Paul, got to talk to him a little bit this morning. He is really excited for 2025. He had his ups and downs this year, but that boat is really moving right now as we hit the end of 2024. Here's Patrick Hayworth, long-time inboard hydroplane driver, unlimited driver as well, in the 924, brand new boat here in 2024, the 924, the all-red vessel, the Game On out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Tommy Shannon, he drives the 306, the teal-colored boat, the Dog Nasty, also out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Tommy Shannon been around the sport a little while, a great H350 driver. And the final boat, who ended up in second position in the Hydroplane Racing League standings, the 999 of Eric McKenna, the Black Beast, out of Valleyfield, Quebec. 2:20 from the start, 2 minutes, 20 seconds away. Listen. You want to listen? 2:05 from the start, 2:05. Now, Paul Barber in the 52. He was able to lead from start to finish last time as he got lane number 1 and was able to lead as they came across start-finish line. And he led all 4 laps earlier today. Put some ice in it. 135 to the start, 135. You can see Tommy Shannon slowing down right here into turn number 1, trying to get on his time and marks. Got to be behind that blue buoy on the backstretch prior to 45 seconds. Tommy probably could speed up and circle around the infield one time if he wanted to. But he might just slow down and go slow as they go through the apex. Nope, he's going to do what I thought. He's going to speed up and then cut the infield, I bet. So Tommy will go down off the exit of 1, and he will, yep, that's what he's going to do. He's going to cut through the race course. That's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from the backstretch to the front stretch and yield to the boats on the race course. 53 seconds from the start. H350 final, 350 cubic inch motor, speeds of 120 to 125 miles an hour. On any given HRL weekend, we'll have anywhere from 17 to 24 of these guys at a race. Very competitive. H350. So it looks like Patrick will be in 1, Hayworth will be in 1. On his outside, Tommy Shannon will be in 2, Eric McKenna in 3, and Paul Barber will be in 4 So it looks like we had a gentleman's agreement between these HRL guys as Paul was on the inside earlier today. 15 seconds to the start, H350 final. The New Jersey Governor's Cup's on the line as we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, woo, that was really tight. We'll have to wait and see from the officials, but we'll call it like we see it on the race courses. Patrick Hayworth in the all red, the game on. He'll lead them through the apex of turn number 1 here in the 350 final. Hayworth is your leader with Tommy Shannon in second and Paul Barber in third. Looks like Eric McKenna had to get out of the throttle a lot as they came down to the start-finish line, but down the backstretch, half a lap in, 3.5 to go, and it's Patrick Hayworth, the veteran driver out of Valleyfield, as he heads down into turn number 2 with a nice about rooster tail advantage over top of Tommy Shannon and Paul Barber running in second and third. So Hayworth is your leader through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go. The battle right now is for second between Barber and Shannon. So Hayworth, he leads it. He packs a lot of air underneath that 924 as he comes down here into turn number 1. So Hayworth, your leader. Shannon in second and Barber in third. McKenna rounds out the field in fourth. Watch this battle between the 306 and the 52 as they come through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. So Hayworth leads. We're 1.5 in, 2.5 to go, and Patrick Hayworth, he's opened up by 2 full rooster tails, but the battle is between Tommy Shannon and Paul Barber. Shannon on the inside and Barber on the outside for second position as they head down here into turn number 2. So Patrick Hayworth through the apex of turn 2 got a nice comfortable, we'll call it 2 full rooster tail advantage. He'll come around and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go here in the 350 final. Look at that battle. Barber on the outside and Shannon on the inside, side by side dueling for second position. Patrick Hayworth is checked out on the rest of the field. Paul Barber really flew the 52, the legacy one down here into turn number 1. Picked up that left sponson just a little bit, sat it back down right before he turned into turn number 1. That's textbook driving by Paul Barber. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the 350 final, and Barber has taken over second position. So Paul Barber started out in lane number 4. He's all the way up to second, but Shannon is powering back up on the inside. That battle for second position here in the 350 final is a dynamite one as they go down into turn number 2. But across start-finish line to complete lap number 3. 3 down and 1 to go here in the 350 final, and it's all Patrick Hayworth, the veteran out of Valleyfield, Quebec. He'll head down there into turn number 1 on lap number 4 with a nice, comfortable 3 full rooster tail advantage. But Barber on the outside and Shannon on the inside, still battling out for second position on the race course. Hayworth leads, Barber to second, Shannon to third, McKenna in fourth. Half a lap away for Patrick Hayworth in the 924, the game on. This boat has been through it here in 2024. Started out the season driven by Bert Henderson, had an accident in Sorrel Tracy, and Patrick took over for Brockville and Valleyfield, and he'll come off the exit at turn number 2. And your unofficial winner of the H350 final will go to Patrick Hayworth in the 924, the game on. Second position will go to Paul Barber in the 52, the Legacy 1. Third will go to the 306, the Dog Nasty and Tommy Shannon. And fourth will go to Eric McKenna in the 999, the Black Beast out of Valleyfield, Quebec. Great run for Patrick Hayworth. As I was saying, that boat, brand new, Henderson hydroplane at the start of 2024. Ran well in the first race of the season. Went to Sorrel Tracy on the second race of the HRL Canada, our HRL Series calendar. Blew the sponson off the boat. They fixed it, got it fixed back up. Patrick Hayworth took over the driving duties, and he's campaigned it for the rest of the season. And if it wasn't for some mechanical issues, that boat would have been on top at a lot more races. And really good run here at the New Jersey Governor's Cup. And Patrick Hayworth, your unofficial winner of the 350 final. Up next, our first flat bottom final of the day. Sportsman Advance will be on the water next. Jumped the gun there, so he'll be assessed a 1-minute penalty. Unfortunately, he was trying hard on that outside from lane number 4 to hit that start. Got there a little bit early, so he'll be assessed a 1-minute penalty. So your top 3 will be Hayworth, Shannon, McKenna. 15.
10, 9, 8,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. 5-minute gun. Sportsman Advanced Final. Our first flat bottom final of the day. Will be our Sportsman Advanced and Sportsman Entry combo class. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 signed on. We'll see how many make the call here for their final. John Britton in the 97 Lightspeed won the qualifier earlier today. He's a local guy from right around here in Lake Hopatcong. He won the qualifier. He comes out on the race course to that maroon-colored 97. There's Hugh Monahan, who was unable to go earlier today. Good to see him out in that yellow 163, the 103, Joel Purdue. Makes his way out on the race course as well. The 390, Joe Reagan, Patriot, he comes out onto the race course. The 122 Dominic Cormier. The high tension. Currently we have 6 of them out on the race course here for our Sportsman Advanced Sportsman Entry Final. The 9, driven by Ryan Timmerman. He drives the Rewinder Revival for Greg Barker. They're out of Grand Isle, New York, in that Rewinder Revival. Good to see them back out on the race course in that SE9. Now, Ryan's going to be down on power compared to the other boats. He's in a Sportsman Entry compared to the other guys doing a Sportsman Advanced. The difference is Sportsman Entry can do top speed of 95. The Sportsman Advanced can do top speed of 105. So, a little bit different horsepower for those guys. So, Ryan's going to be down, but Ryan's just learning out. He started driving a few weeks back. Good to see him back behind the wheel here today. 2:45 to the start, 2:45 away. Sportsman Advanced Final here at the 2024 New Jersey Governor's Cup at Lake Hopatcong. Thanks for sticking it out with us today. This is race number 4 of our finals. We got 4 more for you. We'll have this 2.5 liter stock final A and B. And that'll be followed by Jersey Speed Skiff Final, A and B. And we'll talk about that here in just a minute, how that shook out and why boats are in A and why boats are in B. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to the start, 2:10 away. Sportsman Events Final. Ryan Timmerman coming by in the 9, the Rewinder Revival. But on the inside, the maroon boat, that's John Britton in the 97 to Lightspeed. Here's Hugh Monahan in the 163. Great to see Hugh back out. I haven't seen Hugh in a few years. The 103 of Joel Purdue. There's 390 of Joe Reagan. The Patriot, that's the boat on the inside with the red, white, and blue paint scheme. And the 122, the high tension of Dominic Cormier. Those would be the 6 boats here for our flat bottom final, 120 from the start. John Britton won the qualifier earlier today. We'll see if he can replicate that here in the flat bottom final. That boat's running really well. Every time it comes out on the water, they really do have that thing hooked up well. 55 seconds to the start, 55 seconds away. Sportsman Advanced Final. There's the 45-second mark. It's a legal score up. Got to be behind that blue buoy on the backstretch prior to 45 seconds. Everybody was legal. So it will be a good score up. Now they'll all race down here into turn number 2. Try to get lined up in their lanes where they want to be for this flat bottom final here today. So it looks like John Britton is going to go into the outside. in lane number 2. Here's we are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. We'll call it a clean start from here as they come across start-finish line to start this Sportsman Advanced Final. Everybody will head together down here into turn number 1. Dominic Conroyer in the 122. He'll turn left first with John Britton right there on his outside and Joe Reagan on the outside of him. They go through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 1. We go 4 times around in the Sportsman Advanced Final, and John Britton, the 97 to light speed, he's opened up by about a boat length over top of the 390 of Joe Reagan, running back in second. Conroyer in third. And it looks like fourth position Hugh Monahan as they head down into turn number 2 here on lap number 1 of 4. John Britton and Joe Reagan on his outside, putting on a show for you here in the flat bottom final. John Britton on the inside and Reagan on the outside. The 97 and the 390 side by side across start finish line to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in the Sportsman Advanced Final. John Britton in the 97, he's your leader. The 390 of Joseph Reagan runs in second. The 103 of Joe Perdue and the 122 of Dominic Conroyer battling out for that final spot on the podium here at the New Jersey Governor's Cup. Hugh Monahan runs back in fifth position in the 163, and sixth is Ryan Timmerman in the Rewind Revival. 1.5 in and 2.5 to go, and it's John Britton and Joseph Reagan putting on a great show for you here in the Sportsman Advanced Final. Through the apex of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go. Britton on the inside and Reagan on the outside. Side by side dueling here in the Sportsman Advanced Final. With Joe Reagan in the 390, the Patriot on the outside. He's having to run out and about lane number 3 with John Britton running in lane number 1 and 2. So Britton is your leader in the 97. Reagan right there on his outside, half a boat length back, running in second place. So nice battle between Britton and Reagan here in the Sportsman Advanced Final. John Britton's going to try to use that inside and short way around to his advantage. Show over to by a full boat length. We are 2.5 in and 1.5 to go. And it's a dynamite battle between the two here in the Sportsman Advanced Final. Reagan on the outside and Britton on the inside. Your leaders are through the apex of turn 2 here on lap number 3. They'll come around and complete lap 3. It'll be the white flag being displayed this time by. So 3 down, 1 to go. Britton and Reagan, side-by-side battle here in the Sportsman Advanced Final. John Britton on the inside and Joseph Reagan on the outside. Now Britton opens it up by, we'll call it a boat length and a half as they go through the apex of turn number 1 here on the 4th and final lap. Britton on the inside and Reagan on the outside. These two flat-bottom racers side-by-side off the exit of 1 to go down the backstretch for the 4th and final time. Here's where Reagan's able to make up a little bit of ground. They come up the exit of 1, and Reagan really powers back up on the outside. Joe Reagan puts his foot in as they head down into turn number 2. Now Britton, let's see if he can use that inside to his advantage. Now Britton will power back up. He'll take the advantage through that tight turn number 2. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checker flag this time by. And John Britton Jr., the 97 to light speed, your unofficial winner of the Sportsman Advanced Final. Nice run for Joseph Reagan. He'll get second place in the 390. The Patriot, but a great run by those two guys side by side for 4 laps. Third place will go to Joe Perdue in the 103, the Illusion. Looks like 4th position. We'll go to Dominic Conroyer. And the 163 of Hugh Monahan. And then Ryan Timmerman will round out the field. As Ryan's got to go around one more time. We'll see if he does, or he's going to pull it in. Nope, he's going to pull it in. So nice battle between John Britton Jr. there. He gets the victory. He'll be a 2 for 2 on the day. He won the qualifier earlier, and he wins the final here today. But a nice battle between he and the 390 here this afternoon in the Sportsman Advanced Final. All right, up next we'll get into our 2.5-liter stock finals. We're going to start with the B Final. And the B Final, so let me get my paperwork right. The B Final will consist of the 2 of Jacob Haynu, the 14 of Grant Hearn, the 17 Stevan Racine, and the 104 D-Rock Racing. They will be the B Final. And the reason that these guys are in the B Final is because they are on Honda power, and a Honda is not technically right now a legal motor in APBA inboard. So they are going to be in the B Final. The A Final will be the 92 Tenacity, the 26 Dreamweaver, the 77 Charette Racing, the 3 Total Chaos, the 341 3 of a kind, and the 44. Those will be the 6 boats in the A Final. So we'll start with the B Final, then we'll go to the A Final. 2.5 liter stocks coming up next. All right, 30 seconds to our B final, 2.5 liter stocks. 15.
10, 9, 8, 7,
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5 minute gun is stand out. Our B final, 2.5 liter stocks make their way out onto the race course for their B final. Once again, the race does not start to the end of that 5 minute warm up period. Once the boats come out, come around one time, we'll introduce them to you. 2.5 liter stock B final. And basically the reason these boats are in the B final is because they run the Honda powered engine. And since they have the Honda power engine, they can't legally run in an APBA final. So they have to run in the B final. Now, the Honda power is a legal motor on the Hydroplane Racing League, so that's why you see a lot of these guys running the Honda. Not legal yet in APBA. We'll see what the IRC decides to do this winter. Hopefully they make it legal so all these guys can run together and be competitive throughout the season. 4 minutes to the start, the B final. First boat coming down the front stretch. Grant Hearn in the Legacy 1, the F-14. We've seen Grant out a lot here this weekend. This is an awesome opportunity for him to get a bunch of testing in as they get ready for 2025. I know it's early. It's only September 2024, but these guys are always prepping for 2025. Stefan Racine comes by in the 17. He had some mechanical issues earlier today. Great to see him back on the water. Jacob Hainu in the 2, the Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. Jacob has done a tremendous job here this weekend. He drove around Grant Hearn twice today from lane number 2 and has picked up the victory in the 2.5 liter mod final both times. He had the qualifier and the final where he was able to drive around the outside of Grant. A beautiful job of driving by Jacob. And the D-Rock Racing 104 is the final boat out on the race course. 3 minutes to the start. 2.5 liter stock B final out on the race course for you here this afternoon. Up next, we'll have the A final. Got a 6-boat 2.5 liter stock A final. That'll be coming up next. Then we'll get to our last 2 heats of the day, our Jersey Speed Skiffs. Our finals for Jersey Speed Skiff, a B final and an A final. We'll go over those after the second 2.5 liter stock final. We'll go down that run. We'll run down that list of the Jersey Speed Skiff finals. So Jacob Hainu, we talked about him a little bit earlier today. If you weren't with us, he is your 2024 HRL 2.5 liter stock champion. He will be promoted to Formula 2500 in 2025. He had a tremendous year on the HRL series. And that S2 Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec is a fast 2.5 liter stock hydroplane. 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes away. 2 minutes. Stefan Racine in the 17. Good to see them back out. They were not able to make a lot of races here in 2024, but I'm glad they're here to get ready for 2025. All these guys are using this Lake Hopatcong race as an opportunity to prepare for the 2025 season. It's out. Try this one. 123 from the start, 123. So Hainu, he looks like he's going to try to get inside of Grant. These two have been battling it all weekend long. Grant's been able to get the inside lane. However, Jacob's been able to drive around him. If Jacob can get that inside lane, it might be a long day for Grant. We'll see. So Hainu is currently in 1, Hearn in 2, Racine in 3, and the 104 D-Rock Racing outside in 4s. We're 57 seconds to the start, but only 10 seconds away from that blue buoy on the backstretch is that 45-second score. We've got to be behind that 45-second mark prior. There it is, 45 seconds. So everybody's legal. Now you got to have 4 boat lengths in order to overlap. So let's see what Grant Hearn done. Hearn, longtime outboarder, is used to being able to leapfrog. Got to have that 4 boat length overlap in order to leapfrog in front of the person to the inside of you. It doesn't look like Grant's got it. So Grant's going to try from lane number 2 here in this 2.5 stock B final. So it's Hayden on the inside, Hearn in lane 2, Racine in 3, and D-Rock Racing in 4. We're 14 seconds from the start. 2.5 stock B final is 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, clean start. Hearn will lead him across. Back a little bit was Jacob as they head down here into turn number 1. Oh, Grant's going to hold it really tight. Oh, Hayden almost hooked it. Great job by Jacob to hold on to that. Grant Hearn left just enough room for Jacob Haynu as they go through turn number 1. Hearn's going to have to hold Haynu. Oh, Haynu drove the tail. Jacob went right up the tail. He keeps it running, though. As Haynu went right through the tail that time. Kept it going, though, and he's still holding on to second position. So Grant Hearn is your leader down into turn number 2. Got about a rooster tail advantage. Jacob Haynu, he's going to try to make up ground running back in second. This will be an ultimate comeback if he's able to make up a lot of ground and move up on top of Grant Hearn. So 1 down, 3 to go. Grant Hearn's your leader. Haynu runs in second. Hearn in the 14 has moved to the buoy row. Jacob Haynu is running really hard out in second position, using a lot of wing to keep that boat tied to the water. As he went through the tail here at the exit pin of turn number 1, but landed right side up and has kept on going. Stefan Racine running back in third position. It looks like we've lost to D-Rock Racing, the 104. Down the backstretch, we're 1.5 in and 2.5 to go. And Grant Hearn, he leads him down into turn 2. 2-4 rooster tail advantage over top of Jacob Haynu runs in second, with Stefan Racine running in third. So through the apex of turn number 2 in our 2.5 stock B final. 2 down, 2 to go. Grant Hearn is your leader. Cross start finish line as he comes down into turn number 1 here on lap number 3. Hearn using a lot of wing as well as they're hitting that headwind down the front stretch here. So Grant Hearn, we'll call it 2 rooster tails over top of Jacob Haynu running in second in the Nova Racing. Third is still Stefan Racine in the 17 Defying Gravity. 2.5 in and 1.5 to go here in the B final for the 2.5 stocks. And it's all Grant Hearn as he heads down the backstretch. We'll call it a 3 rooster tail advantage in the turn number 2 on lap number 3. So Grant will be looking for the white flag this time by here in the B final. He'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and get the white flag. So 3 down, 1 to go for Grant Hearn out of Syracuse, Indiana. He's your leader. We'll call it 3 rooster tails over top of Jacob Haynu. Runs back in second. Haynu backed out of it just a little bit there. He knew he wasn't going to be able to catch up to Grant. He's just going to keep it on the water to try to pick up a nice second place finish here in the B final. So Hearn leads. Haynu in second. And Stefan Racine in third. Through the apex of 1 here on the 4th and final lap. Half a lap away for Grant Hearn. We'll have to wait and see if there's any calls. Grant was out in lane number 2. He was holding Jacob really tight as they went through the apex of 1, and Jacob rode the tail as they came off the exit of 1. Hard to see if there was a lane there or not from my perspective. We'll have to wait and see if the officials call anything or not, but unofficially, off the exit of turn number 2, it'll be checker flag waves this time by. Your unofficial winner of the 2.5 liter stock B final will go to Grant Hearn in the 14, the Legacy 1. Second place will go to Jacob Haynu, the Nova Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. And third, Stefan Racine. He'll keep it on the water, and he'll pick up a third place finish in the 17, the Defying Gravity. Good run for Grant that time. He picks up the unofficial win here in the B final. Up next, the A final, 2.5 liter stock A final coming up next. 2, 1, mark. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for the New Jersey Governor's Cup A Final, 2.5 liter stocks. They'll make their way out. Should have 6 of them make the call. All 6 of these guys running 2,300 cubic centimeter motors. The old Ford power plant in these 2.5 liter stocks for their A Final. Should have 6 of them make the call, and we do. If Bennett Armstrong can get the 3 up and running, he'll be out on the race course, and he'll be the 6th boat to make the call. So all 6 are out. We'll give them to you when they come around for the first time. Once again, this is the 5-minute warm-up period. Boats come out on the race course. They do a couple timing runs, a couple warm-up laps. The ultimate goal is to be at that white buoy, where those white buoys are, when the clock hits 0. We are 4 minutes and 8 seconds away from that. 4:08. Chris Venaris, he's driving the 92 Tenacity here this weekend. He's substitute driving his brother-in-law, John Shaw, the normal pilot in that F92 as he comes down here into turn number 1, the all-orange craft, the Tenacity out of Seaford, Delaware. Chris is out of Delaware as well. Hal Thompson's the owner. The boat on his outside, the purple and orange boat, the 74 of Matthew Brown. The 341 of Woody Plescott, the white and black boat out of Cambridge, Maryland. Here's the 26, the Dreamweaver. That's Kevin Smith out of Peabody, Massachusetts. The 77 of Guillaume Charette out of Valleyfield, Quebec. And the final boat, Bennett Armstrong out of Brookville, Ontario. Driving the Total Chaos here this weekend. Can't wait to see that boat on the water in 2025 and the old Total Chaos paint scheme going back to their roots. And with Bennett doing the driving in 2025. His first weekend in a 2.5 liter stock, been successful so far. I think he had a 3rd place finish in the qualifier earlier today. He's going to run in his first final in a 2.5 liter stock class. 2 minutes, 54 seconds from the start, 2:50 away. 2.5 liter stock A Final for the New Jersey Governor's Cup. Games being played already with Chris Venaris trying to get that inside lane, that 92 Tenacity. If he's got the inside, he's going to be really tough to drive around here this weekend. As we said, Chris is not the normal driver of that 92. However, anybody that's been driving that 92, it's been Bobby King in years past, John Shaw. They've been very successful. You saw what Kevin Smith was trying to do there. Kevin was trying to go up on the inside. Didn't have room to move up on the inside that time. He had to back out of it. And it looks like Kevin is going to cut the... Oh, wow, he went to the inside of that blue buoy. He hit the blue buoy. We'll see if that becomes dislodged. Interesting move. Kevin Smith trying to get that inside lane. Hit the blue buoy on the backstretch. And I don't know if it's been dislodged or not. Hard to tell right now. We'll know in a few minutes, though. Guillaume Charette just cut the race course. Guillaume's going to try to get the inside. Everybody trying to fight for that inside lane. So Guillaume is now on the inside. Chris is to his outside. Venaris in 2. Smith is going to have to move to the outside of him in 3. And then Woody Plescott in 4. So Guillaume Charette in the 77. Charette Racing has got the inside right now, but it's not over yet. 1:19 from the start. They still got time to kill prior to that blue buoy on the backstretch. According to our officials, the scoring pin, the score out blue buoy has been dislodged, so they are going to ignore it as that is the inside down the backstretch. It's been dislodged. It's probably floating towards us here at the beach. 50 seconds to the start. So Charette is in 1. Looks like Venaris is in 2. Nope, Venaris somehow got to the inside. So they head down the backstretch here. Everybody's going by that blue buoy one time, so they've recognized that it has been dislodged, so they are instructed to ignore that. Anytime a buoy is dislodged, you ignore that and you still run the racing line. So we're 26 seconds from the start. The A Final, and what's been an adventure here in the 5-minute warm-up period. So Venaris is in 1, Charette is in 2. It looks like Kevin Smith is in 3 and Woody Plescott's in 4. So we're 10 seconds from the start. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 mark. Looks like a good start from here. Woody Plescott will actually lead him across the start-finish line at 3:41. Look at Bennett Armstrong in lane number 5. Everybody hold their lane through this tight turn number 1. Fanaris will use that inside lane to his advantage in the 92, the Tenacity. He'll take the lead, but Bennett Armstrong way out in lane number 5. Runs with some good horsepower out there in lane number 5. So it's Chris Fanaris, your leader, off the exit of 1. Guillaume Charette runs in second position. Bennett Armstrong is in third as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in the A final for the 2.5-liter stocks. And it's Chris Fanaris, the 92, the Tenacity. He leads over top of Bennett Armstrong. He's really flying hard on the outside in that F3. Guillaume Charette back to third. Fourth, it looks like it's Kevin Smith. They'll come off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in the A final for the 2.5-liter stocks. And it's Chris Fanaris in the 92, the Tenacity. He's your leader down into turn number 1. But how about young Bennett Armstrong, the 16-year-old running really hard on the outside. And that F3, the total chaos with Guillaume Charette running in third position on his inside. Kevin Smith runs in fourth. Woody Plescott runs in fifth. And Matthew Brown runs in sixth. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go here in the 2.5-liter stock final. And it's all Chris Fanaris, the 92 Tenacity. We'll call it a 3 Rooster Tail advantage over top of Bennett Armstrong runs in second. And Guillaume Charette in third through the apex of turn number 2. Here on lap number 2, it'll be 2 down, 2 to go this time by for Chris Fanaris in the 92, the Tenacity. Bennett Armstrong's solidified himself in second position, looking to fit us on the podium here on the Saturday edition of the A-Boat Final. They come to the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. And Chris Fanaris, the 92 Tenacity, is your leader. We'll see if Bennett moves over, tries to get into about lane number 2. Try to make up ground on Chris. He's only got about 1.5 laps left to go. We'll see if he can make up any ground, but a great run for Bennett running in second position. Guillaume Charette in third, Kevin Smith in fourth, Woody Plescott in fifth, and Matthew Brown in sixth. We are 2.5 in and 1.5 to go here in the 2.5-liter stock A final through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 3. It'll be the white flag this time by Fanaris in the 92, the Tenacity. As I said, anybody that gets behind the wheel, Al Thompson's craft does a really good job. So 3 down and 1 to go. White flag being displayed for Chris. He'll come across start-finish line with a comfortable 2 Rooster Tail advantage as he heads down here into turn number 1. Bennett Armstrong having a great run in that 3. Running back in second position, Guillaume Charette. Chime walks the 77. Charette racing as he heads down here into turn number 1 on lap number 4. Kevin Smith trying to make up any ground in the 26 of Dreamweaver. Woody Plescott runs a 3:41 back in 5th position, and Matthew Brown in 6th. Half a lap away for the 92, the Tenacity. And Chris Fanaris as he heads down into turn number 2. We'll call it a 3 Rooster Tail advantage over top of Bennett Armstrong runs back in second. But through the apex of turn number 2, for the 4th and final time, the checker flag waves, and the 92, the Tenacity, and Chris Fanaris will go a perfect 2 for 2 in the weekend. They win the 2.5-liter stock final. Bennett Armstrong comes across in second. A great run for the Brockville, Ontario native. Third place will go to Guillaume Charette in the 77. Fourth will go to the Dreamweaver of Kevin Smith. Fifth will go to Woody Plescott. And Matthew Brown will round out the field in 6th. Very competitive 2.5-liter stock final. Congratulations to Chris Fanaris. But how about the 16-year-old Bennett Armstrong? A great run in the 3, picking up second place. 2 more left to go for you today. Jersey Speed Skiff Final B will be up first, and then we'll end the day with the A Final for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. They'll be coming up next. Great run there for Chris, picking up the victory with the 92. right, we got our race course clear. We're inside one of the 5 for our first Skiff Final of the day, a B Final. The B Final will be up first. That'll be followed by the A Final. 2 more heats left to go for you today. And then we'll do it all again tomorrow. Tomorrow we will run for the New Jersey State Championships. Today we're running for the Governor's Cup. B Final should have 6 boats in it. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. 5-minute gun has sounded. Jersey Speed Skiff B Final. Got some boats in here that would have been in the A Final had they not jumped the gun earlier today. So they're going to be regulated here to the B Final. That includes the 23, the 719. Those guys jumped the gun earlier today. That regulated them back to 4th, 5th, and 6th place respectively, and then put them into the B Final instead of running for the A Final, which will be coming up next. So all 6 have made it off the beach. And we'll give them to you when they come by for the first time. Jersey Speed Skiffs, the only boats here on the East Coast with 2 people in them. They got a driver and a rider. Obviously, the driver drives and throttles the boat. The rider is there to help with navigation. As these boats get up on their sides, very difficult for the driver to see. So that navigator helps them out, especially at slow speeds when they got that bow way up in the air. You'll see that when they come down here into turn 1 and slow down as they get ready for the score up. 3:45 to the start, 3:45 away. Boats come by here for the first time. We'll introduce them to you. The red boat on the inside, that is the 45 of Max and Sam Mawancio. They've had mechanical issues here this weekend, unable to make it out for their qualifier earlier today. But it looks like the JS45 in the red running okay. They're out of Berlin, Maryland, brother-sister team. 23 of Keith Gunther and Nick Wheeler out of West River, Maryland in the Kryptonite. The 135 driven by Dave Savage. The 8 of George Sewell and Billy Sewell. George Sewell does the driving. The 719 of Taylor Barr and Chris Kramer. Taylor Barr does the driving. Chris is the riding mechanic. And then the 41, the Crabster, driven this weekend by Brandon Langford, and he's got Rob Schiller in there with him. Brendan is normally the rider. His wife, Abigail Langford, is usually the driver. Not here this weekend, so Brendan behind the wheel of the 41 Crabster. 2:25 from the start, 2:25 away. Boats cutting the race course, getting ready to get themselves in the position they want to be for this B Jersey Speed Skiff Final. George Sewell in that JS8. George purchased the boat last season and decided to run it pretty much full-time here in 2024. Good to see them back out. I know they had an engine issue early on in the season. Unable to make a couple races, but back out here again today. You can see the boat's going really slow because they're trying to scrub off time. They got an entire minute to kill prior to that blue buoy on the backstretch. We're at 1:45 to the start. So they got to kill off a bunch of time. That's why everybody's going really slow. The 2 boats coming down the front stretch and the boats here in the turn going really slow, trying to scrub off some time. 1:32, 45 seconds to kill prior to that 45. You can see George Sewell cut the race course in that JS8, that all-white boat. He had to yield to the boats on the race course, so that's why he slowed down and let the 45 and the 23 go by him. And now he'll cut back up and get on the outside. The 23 of Keith Gunther, I've been very impressed with the Kryptonite here in 2024. That boat used to be a back marker, but they have found some speed. I don't know if he purchased a new engine in the offseason and got a new engine program or what, but they really have been running really well here in 2024. I'm happy for that team. We are 55 seconds from the start. Everybody will pick up the pace just a little bit now as they head down the backstretch here for the first time. It looks like Taylor Barr wants that inside lane, and that's 719. Obviously, the inside's the shortest way around the race course, the best place to win from. So Taylor's going to try to hold off. Let's see where Max goes. Max Awancio has a knack of being able to get to the inside as well. We'll see where Max in that JS45 in the red decides to go. He's probably going to have to go to the lane number 2. So right now, the 719 is in 1. Max will be in 2. And it'll be Keith Gunther in 3. For 20 seconds, inside 20 seconds to the start, 15 seconds away. So Barr is in 1. Looks like Awancio is in 2. And Gunther is in 3 as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. They're all a little bit late to the start as they head down the front stretch here. With Taylor Barr in that inside lane. Got to hold everybody inside. He'll go hug the bully row as Taylor Barr in the JS 719. He's your leader. Wow, Max Awancio is just driving through a wall of water in the tunnel there in lane number 2. That's a veteran job of driving by a young driver in that JS45. Oh, and he just lost power a little bit, had to get out of it. I don't know if his foot came off the throttle or what, but that's going to open up for Keith Gunther to move up into second position. As you can see, Max is back on the pace now. So Taylor Barr here in the B Final, down the backstretch, we'll already call it a 7-boat length advantage over top of Gunther running back in second position. And, yeah, Max is having mechanical issues, unfortunately, for that 45 in the red team. He's pulled it into the infield as he's down off the exit of turn number 1. So through the apex of turn 2, Taylor Barr, Rob Kraber, Taylor through the apex of turn number 2 with about a 6 to 7 boat length advantage. He'll come around and complete lap number 1. It'll be 1 down, 3 to go here in the Jersey Speed Skiff B Final. And Taylor Barr, he is your leader over top of Keith Gunther, runs in second. It looks like George Sewell having a nice run in third position. The 135 of Dave Savage in 4th, and the Crabster runs in 5th. So through the apex of turn 1 here on lap 2 of 4 in the Jersey Speed Skiff B Final, and it's the 719 of Taylor Barr. He is your leader over top of Keith Gunther, runs in second in the Kryptonite. George Sewell runs in third. 4th is the 135 of Dave Savage, and 5th is Brendan Langford in the 41, the Crabster. So down the backstretch here on lap number 2, we're 1.5 in and 2.5 to go here in this 4-lap B Final. And the JS 719 of Taylor Barr, he's your leader. Remember, Taylor in the 719 and the 23 of Keith Gunther would have both been in the final had they not jumped the gun in the qualifier earlier today. So that's unfortunate. These two guys, the two fastest boats here in the B Final, would have been in that A Final had they not jumped that gun. So 2 down, 2 to go. And the 719 of Taylor Barr, he's your leader. We'll call it 7 or 8 boat lanes still over top of Keith Gunther, who runs in second, and George Sewell in third. So you head down here into turn number 1 on lap number 3. Taylor Barr in the 719. A nice run for Taylor. I've seen Taylor a couple times this season, doing a really good job in that JS 719. 23 Kryptonite, Keith Gunther. He's got Nick Wheeler in there with him today. They come to the apex of 1. George Sewell and Billy Sewell. George does the driving, Billy does the riding in that JS8. The 135, Dave Savage, Rob Owenowski in that 135. Coming to the apex of turn 1, and Brendan Langford. Oh, wow, angel wings down the backstretch for the 719. He hit a big roller as he went down the backstretch. That thing flew some water up as they go down into turn number 2. The JS 719 and Taylor Barr will come around and get the white flag this time by. That was a pretty tough hit for those guys. They still keep it on the water, and the 719 comes around to get the white flag. So 3 down, 1 to go for Taylor Barr in the 719. So head down here into turn 1 with a comfortable advantage. Taylor got to play with that plate a little bit as he really hits the rollers as he hits the entrance of each turn. That boat really getting out of shape as he heads down here into turn number 1. So the 719 about 3/4 of a lap away from a win here in the B Final for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. Keith Gunther in the 23 Kryptonite runs in second. The JS8 runs in third. George Sewell 4th is Dave Savage, and 5th is Brendan Langford. So half a lap away here in the B Final. Let's see if Taylor can navigate that entrance to turn number 2 a little bit better this time. He gets there a little bit smoother that time as he heads down into turn number 2 on lap number 4. And that JS 719 is about a quarter lap away from a victory here in the B Final. So off the exit of turn number 2, he'll be looking for the checkered flag this time by And 4 up and 4 down. He led them from gate to wire, the JS 719. And Taylor Barr and Rob Kramer, your winners of the Jersey Speed Skiff B Final. Second place will go to Keith Gunther and Nick Wheeler. Nice run for Keith in the 23. The Kryptonite, looks like George Sewell in the JS 8 will come around and get third. Fourth, go to Dave Savage in the 135. Not right. And the 41 Crabster of Brendan Langford will round out the field in fifth. Nice run for Taylor Barr. Hopefully tomorrow, no penalties, and we'll see those guys in the A boat final instead of the B boat final. But up next, the final heat of the day. Jersey Speed Skiff A Final. We'll just call it the New Jersey Governor's Cup on the line for the Jersey Speed Skiff Final coming up next. Stick around. We'll be out with that very, very shortly as everybody's already in the water ready to go for that Jersey Speed Skiff Final. We'll have 6 boats on the water here in just a few minutes. Stick around. Inside 30 seconds to our final heat of the day. 15. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for our Jersey Speed Skiff Final. The New Jersey Governor's Cup on the line here for the final heat of the day. Should have 6 of them make the call for the Jersey Speed Skiff Final. They'll all come out of the race course, make their way around one time. We'll introduce them to you once again. The Jersey Speed Skiffs run either a 283 or a 305. Most teams are running a 283 here in 2024. It's just more efficient. They found out they can get a little bit more horsepower out of the 283, surprisingly, than they can the 305. So all 6 are making their way out onto the race course for the A Final. The Jersey Speed Skiff, New Jersey's Governor Cup on the line as they make their way out onto the race course. 4 minutes, 9 seconds to the start, 4:09 away. And once they come around for the first time, we will introduce them to you with the riders and the drivers. Once again, Jersey Speed Skiffs, the only class on the East Coast. We have a West Coast class called Cracker Box where they have two people inside. It's the only one on the East Coast with 2 persons. We have a rider and a driver. The driver obviously drives the boat. The rider helps with navigation. And some of these teams have been together for a very long time doing this. Some others not so long. Some others were just picked last night who was going to ride with them. So just how the teams are formulated. And our first boat coming down here into turn number 1. It's Courtney Truelove in the 721 to go and Skiff It Crazy. Now, Courtney usually has her husband Dallas riding alongside her. But Dallas is back doing Pop Warner football. So Courtney's in there with a new rider this weekend. The boat on the outside that just came by, the 35 TM Special with Brandon Kennedy does the driving. Mason McClure is his riding mechanic. The 22, the Silver Fox, we saw him. He won earlier today. Jay Hardy. Jay Hardy's got Erica Sandusky in there with him. Another brother-sister team, the JS10 Yump and Yimini, the orange boat on the inside. That's Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. And then the 991, Billy Sewell and Dusty Bradley. Billy is the driver. Dusty is the rider. And Sam Greenlaw, she's just now coming across start-finish line, is Samantha. She's driving this weekend with her dad, Dave, in there riding along with her. Dave usually drives the driving, but here in 2024, Samantha has done a lot of driving. It looks like she may be having some issues as she just now comes across start-finish line, or maybe she's just staying up out of the way and letting these guys duke it out to see who can get that inside lane. All right. So Courtney Truelove has got lane 1 right now in the Going Skiffing Crazy, but we are 2 minutes and 7 seconds from the start, so that's a minute 25 to kill prior to the score up. So right now it's Courtney in 1, Brandon Kennedy in 2. Where's Jimmy going to try to go? Jimmy's going to scoot up on the inside and take away lane 2. So it's Courtney Truelove, who is actually the daughter of Jimmy Stewart. That's his daughter. Courtney's driving the 721. Her dad, Jimmy, is driving the 10. Brandon Kennedy in the 35. Maybe lost the race course there. He got out of it. So right now it's Courtney in 1, Jimmy in 2, Jay Hardy in 3. Jay can move over if he wants to. Brandon's like, I'm going to get out of this mess. I'm going to move to the outside in lane number 4. And then Billy Sewell in the 991. Let's see if Billy decides to try to leapfrog this field. He's out in lane 5. 1:10 from the start. 20 seconds to kill prior to that blue buoy. That's a score-up pin. Got to be back behind that prior to 45. So right now the 721 is in lane number 1, the 10 is in lane number 2, the 22 is in lane number 3, and the 991 is in lane number 4. Brandon might do a flying on the outside in 6. There's a score up. Everybody's legal. Let's see if anybody tries to jump over in front, do a little leapfrog here. Right now, there's still Courtney in 1. Brandon Kennedy is flying up hard on the outside in the 35. Not sure he's going to be able to jump over in front of anybody or not. Hard to see from here in this vantage point if anybody was able to move over at all, but it doesn't look like it. So it looks like Courtney Truelove held on to lane number 1. Jimmy Stewart is in 2. Jay Hardy's in 3. Billy Sewell in lane 4. So that's what it looks like right now as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, looks like a clean start from here. And Jay Hardy will break the line first from lane number 3. He's your leader in the Silver Fox as they head down here into turn number 1. We'll go 4 times around here in the Jersey Speed Skiff Final. Everybody got to hold their lane really tight here as everybody's bunched up into turn number 1. So Jay Hardy in the 22. The Silver Fox, he's your leader. But the defending national champion on his inside, the JS10, the Yump and Yimini, and Jimmy Stewart. These two are going to be side by side off the apex of turn number 1. So Stewart's on the inside. And Jay Hardy's on the outside as they head down the backstretch here on lap number 1 of 4. So Jay Hardy in the Silver Fox. He's your leader. We'll call it 2 boat lanes over top of Jimmy Stewart. Now Jimmy's got that inside and shorter way around. Can he make up ground as they head down here into turn number 2? Turn 2 is tighter here in Lake Hopatcong than it is in turn number 1. But it's still Jay Hardy in the Silver Fox out of Greenwood Lake, New Jersey. He's your leader off the exit of turn number 2 to come around and complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 3 to go. Jay Hardy in the 22 leads over top of Jimmy Stewart in the JS10 Yumpin' Yinny with Billy Sewell back in 3rd position. So down here in the turn 1 on lap number 2, it's still Jay Hardy, the JS22, the Silver Fox. He's your leader. Gets way up on that left side, does Jay that time as he comes to the apex of turn number 1. Jimmy Stewart runs back in 2nd position. Billy Sewell runs back in 3rd. 4th is Brandon Kennedy, and 5th is Courtney Truelove. Down the backstretch here on lap number 2. We are 1.5 in and 2.5 to go here in the Jersey Speed Skiff Final. And Jay Hardy, boat's running really well here at the 2024 Lake Hopatcong Regatta. He heads down the backstretch into turn number 2 with about a 3 to 4 boat length advantage. He's from lane number 3 with Stewart on the inside. Does Jimmy Stewart have the horsepower to make up ground on the inside and make up ground over Jay Hardy, who's opened up by 3 or 4 boat lengths? He'll come around and complete lap number 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go here in the Skiff Final. And right now it's Jay Hardy is your leader in the 22, the Silver Fox. Jimmy Stewart runs back in 2nd and Billy Sewell runs in 3rd as they come across start-finish line to complete lap number 2. So Jay Hardy, the 22, he's opened it up now. We'll call it 7 boat lengths over top of Jimmy Stewart in the JS10, the Yumpin' Yiminy. So Hardy is your leader. Jimmy Stewart runs in 2nd. The 991 of Billy Sewell runs in 3rd. 4th is still Brandon Kennedy. 5th is Courtney Truelove. And 6th is Samantha Greenlaw. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the Skiff Final. And it's Jay Hardy in the 22. The Silver Fox down the backstretch. We'll call it an 8 boat length advantage over top of Jimmy Stewart, who runs in 2nd. So down into turn number 2 on lap number 3 is Jay Hardy in the 22. He's got Erica Sadusky riding along with him here as he comes around to get the white flag. 3 down and 1 to go here in the final heat of the day, the Jersey Speed Skiff Final. And Jay Hardy, he's got a nice, comfortable, we'll call it 8 boat length advantage over top of Jimmy Stewart in the JS10 Yumpin' Yiminy. Down into turn 1 on lap number 4, the JS22. Silver Fox, Jay Hardy. He's got it going all his way here in the final for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. Jimmy Stewart still runs in 2nd. Billy Sewell runs in 3rd. Brandon Kennedy still runs in 4th. And Courtney Truelove runs in 5th. They've been like this basically from the beginning of the race. Half a lap away for Jay Hardy as he heads down the backstretch here on lap number 4-4. Down into turn number 2. Jay Hardy, we'll call it 10 boat lengths now over top of Jimmy Stewart, running back in 2nd. So through the apex of turn 2 on lap number 4-4, Jay Hardy really got that thing up on his left side as he comes to the apex of turn number 2 to come around and get the checker flag this time by. So off the exit of 2 out of Greenwood Lake, New Jersey, it'll be the checker flag this time by. And Jay Hardy and Erica Sadusky, your winners of the Jersey Speed Skiff Final. 2nd will go to Jimmy Stewart and Pekka Wancio in the JS10, the Yumpin' Yiminy. 3rd will go to Billy Sewell and Dusty Bradley in the 991 Bound for Glory. It looks like Brandon Kennedy and Mason McClure will go ahead and get 4th place. 5th will go to Courtney Truelove, and 6th will go to Samantha Greenlaw and Dave Greenlaw. So a nice run. Jay Hardy, a perfect 2 for 2 this weekend. He gets the victory in the A-Boat Skiff Final here on day number 1 of 2 at the Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey Governor's Cup. Well, we thank you all for coming out today. We appreciate you. We appreciate your time on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. We will do it all again tomorrow, approximately 11 a.m. start time for our Sunday edition. Tomorrow we'll run for the New Jersey State Powerboat Championship tomorrow. So we hope you can make your way out here tomorrow. We'll do all of this again. We appreciate your time. Once again, my name is John Tomey. We appreciate you coming out. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much.